know, I'm a little disappointed. Wait, this thing is working. All right. By the way, you can't see it unless I move my camera. There is a picture of Cade 6 right up there. Yes, Cade. What am I doing? So, first off, for people to be aware, I created a clan. Now, I don't know, is it because I need to log out of Destiny 1 again and try again? But it looks like, for the love of God, Bungie, for the love of God, how do you cut so many corners, all right? The cross save in Destiny 1 basically broke everything when it comes to clans, okay? Let's just, you know what, let's try shutting this down, all right? And see if I go back. Apparently, basically, it doesn't look like you can have a clan in Destiny 1. Like, unless you are grandfathered in with a Destiny clan after the cross save was enabled, it doesn't look like you can create a clan that people can join that will show up in Destiny 1. I can't. I cannot. It's like they cut so many corners. And while you could be like, oh, well, it's understandable why they did it this way, at the same time, it's like, where else do they do that? Okay? Can you imagine if you join a clan in Warframe, right? And you have a PS4 and a PS5, because I still have my PS4, okay? You have a clan in Warframe, right? Can you just imagine? Hey, Zenny! What's up, George? What's up? Yeah, it doesn't work. You know what? Let me just test Destiny 2 to see if the clan worked. But I have a feeling, nah, it doesn't work in Destiny 1. I wanted to create a clan for Destiny 1. Primarily Destiny 1, Destiny 2 is welcome. I'm just going to log into Destiny 2 just to see the status of my clan thing. So I left my previous clan, okay? Oh, for the love of God. I hate you so much sometimes, Bungie. I hate you so much. Okay, I wanted to create a Destiny 1 clan. I wanted to create a Destiny 1 clan. Are you freaking kidding me? This is what the 133. Oh, well, we're removing content to make the game easier and smaller. Oh, yeah, sure. For the love of God, Bungie! Like, I'm... All right. Okay. All right. All right, let's pick something. All right, we got a lot of stuff here. All right. Damn, that's big. You know what? I'm not going to play that for a while. All right. Let's get rid of that. No, I want to finish the platinum for that. Code Vein, I want to try because I know the sequel's coming out. I'm definitely not getting rid of Warframe. That looks pretty cool. Look, I need the PS4 and the PS5 versions right now. Definitely keeping Destiny 1. All right. I've always wanted to try that. I'm keeping Doom. No, but, like, there is so little content in Destiny 2. And you're telling me you need an additional 133.7? How big is this goddamn game? Like, for the love of God, how big is this game? No, because, and the thing is, I thought maybe I was wrong. And then I heard several people who were reviewing Destiny 2, and they're like, yeah, the game is horribly optimized. It's a buggy mess, and it's horribly optimized. I keep getting announcements from Destiny Rising, which, by the way, you can play it on PC. There's an app you can download to PC that would allow you to play NetEase games on PC. So for all the people who are having doubts about Destiny Rising, you can play Destiny Rising on PC. Just so we're clear, you can play Destiny Rising on PC. They have player housing in Destiny Rising. They have Sparrow Racing in Destiny Rising. They have, I mean, for the love of God, what the hell is okay. Okay. Okay, breathe. Okay, so first off, I wanted to make, alright, let's just start from the beginning. Let's be calm and chill. Let me also open the Twitch side of things, so in case there's anybody from Twitch, because Destiny 1 is actually getting very popular. I have noticed that. I have noticed, for example, that my Xur videos are getting more and more views. I'm getting a lot of new people coming in to my Xur videos saying, thank you, I'm back in the game. I'm seeing more people getting involved in Destiny 1. Alright, so let's just start with that. A lot of people are coming back to Destiny 1. It's on sale, it's only $20. When it's on sale, it's like $5. Alright? If you're on console and you haven't played Destiny 1, I highly recommend you just get Destiny 1. It's $20! And you're getting far more content than Edge of Fate. Okay? Now, I'm thinking of deleting my Titan and restarting a new character because I love to do that, okay? I just love to do that. On the other hand, I just finished the Taken, I don't know. I'm just saying, okay. So I'm like, alright, I'm like, okay. I want to create a clan. Alright, let me pause for a moment. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. I have noticed that there's a lot more people coming into Destiny 1. Okay? A lot of people are watching my Xur videos. A lot of people come to my live stream and say, I want to play Destiny 1. I get a lot of people who are saying, I want to play Destiny 1. Yeah, I've seen it. Seesaw, awesome name, by the way. Seesaw, by the way, I've seen it for cheaper. 2 weeks ago, it was on sale for $5 for the entire collection. I bought it 2 weeks ago because I owned the physical disc on PlayStation, and I got tired of flipping out discs. So I was like, $5 for the entire thing. You know what? To hell with it. I'll buy it. Look, and I've never understood this. You're not the first person who has told me that 30 FPS gives them headaches. I have never noticed a difference. Like, I've never had a problem. I've alternated between 60 FPS games and 30 FPS games without a problem. So, the thing is, though, alright, just sorry before I start going into the game, I just want to say this. Alright, I make Destiny 1 Xur videos. That was what started my entire YouTube channel. It wasn't about the culture war. It wasn't about gaming. It wasn't about wokeness or SJWs. It was about Destiny 1. Because when Destiny 2 came out, all of the Destiny 1 people immediately jumped to Destiny 2 and completely ignored it. And I still love Destiny 1. I wanted to play Destiny 2. I was overhyped for Destiny 2. I will admit I was too hyped for Destiny 2 to the point where I didn't see a lot of the flaws that everybody else were pointing out. So I will admit I was wrong. I was ridiculously hyped. I didn't, like, when everybody else was saying boycott Eververse, I didn't care. Okay? I actually liked Curse of Osiris simply because I was so excited to have new DLC in Destiny 2. Okay? I had been playing Destiny a lot less than other people, so for me to be in that state, yeah, I mean, I wish I could replay Curse of Osiris with new eyes versus when I first played it as a overexcited fan. Okay? So, my channel started because primarily because nobody was making D1 Xur location. So I said, okay, they said, if you want to make do something unique. And I was like, you know what? Destiny 1 people, there's still people playing Destiny 1. I'm going to make Xur videos for you guys, alright? Then I got noticed by Geeks and Gamers and a lot of other YouTubers, but when I spoke up about Gina Carano, but primarily it was about Destiny 1. So that kind of leads to a slight clash in the people who watch my videos, because I primarily started as a Destiny 1 person. So all the people getting mad at me whenever I talk about Destiny 2 is like, yeah, but primarily I was a Destiny 1 person. Okay. Anyway, I have noticed as of late, a lot of people are coming into Destiny 1. So I thought, all right, I get a lot of messages from people telling me I want to play Destiny 1, but I don't know who to play Destiny 1 with. So I'm like, friend me. The problem is, okay, my friend list, is there any way to, like, create subcategories of your friend list? Can you, like, create, like, folders of your friends lists? Because I know there are a lot of people that I have friended on Xbox and PlayStation who want to play Destiny 1. The problem is, it gets mixed up with the other bajillion other people because I basically accept every friend request. So I thought, excuse me, okay, let's make life easier. Let's combine everybody together who wants to play Destiny 1. And the best way to do that is to create a clan for Destiny, right? So I thought, okay, Destiny 1 clan, yeah, it's called Big Guns. Okay, it's called Big Guns. It's like primarily a Destiny 1, it says in the description, primarily a Destiny 1 clan, but open to playing Destiny 2. Apparently, you can't create a Destiny 1, you cannot put your Destiny 1 account onto a Destiny clan, Destiny 2 clan. Unless it was grandfathered in, your Destiny 1 account will not join a clan. I created, that's why I'm like, I'm gonna check Destiny 2, but if you look, my character does not have a clan anymore. For the love of God, Bungie, look, there's just small little things that crop up that are like, can you possibly be more lazy in your execution of anything? Can you possibly be lazier? I cannot believe we're in this state where it's not just this. Okay, let me be clear. It's not just this. It's everything. It's like, okay, your logic makes sense to a degree, but at the same time, it just shows me that you're being lazy and cutting corners. Like another example, which, look, people from Destiny 2 have gotten mad at me for pointing it out, all right? But you want to know something? You want to know how Warframe did clans? Not clans, I'm sorry, cross-save. You want to know how Warframe did cross-save? Warframe did cross-save by merging all of your accounts together, okay? They merged all of your accounts. Wait a minute. I did not know that. Okay, they merged all of your accounts together. So basically, when I played Warframe, okay, I played it on everything because Warframe was great. Warframe, when you're online, if you have internet access, but you're not at home, Warframe plays great. I'm going to tell you, Warframe plays great on the Steam Deck, on the ROG Ally. If you're playing by yourself, it's okay on the Switch. So it's great for portable gameplay, okay? I have played Warframe on it's also like my cozy game, so to speak. Like, if I come home from work in a bad mood, what do I play? Warframe. I love playing Warframe in my bad mood, okay? Let's be clear. So Warframe is my cozy game, so to speak. So I had an account on Nintendo, I had an account on Xbox, I had an account on PlayStation, and I had an account on Steam. All of them in various states, okay? When Warframe brought about cross-save, they let you combine all of them. Oh, and I also had one on Apple. They let you combine all of them. They didn't choose the most advanced of them. They didn't tell you pick an account and this is going to be your across multiple devices account. No, they combined them all together. So whatever's farthest story-wise was your norm. Whatever was the highest, they accepted as your new level, but then they combined all of your resources. I ended up with 4 Excaliburs and 5, so many different Warframes. All of my weapon slots, okay? They combined them. All of my guns, they combined them. Now I have one account with everything, except for a few small exceptions when it comes to Tenogen, which, since I don't buy a lot of Tenogen, it isn't a big deal for me. But, except for a few very small exceptions when it comes to cosmetics, and honestly, really, unless you're big on Tenogen, it's no big deal. You have one account now that goes on everything. I could go to my Xbox account. Well, yeah, thank you, Alexa. Yes, I do play a variety of games. I started as a Destiny 1-1. I now play a bunch of other stuff. Thank you, you're right. Honestly, I realized watching a lot of the Destiny 2 people, and people putting themselves in corners, that you can't really do that. You cannot just be one game player. I know a lot of people think of me as a Destiny person, but no. But Destiny 2, what did they do with the cross-save? And it completely broke the clan system. Okay? You picked an account. So when you go to my Destiny 2 account, my Destiny 2 account is my PlayStation account. They also don't let you join clans now for your Destiny 1 accounts. They basically have ignored that. They have removed your Destiny 1 account from Bungie.net. I did not realize that when I created a Destiny 1 clan. I wanted to create a Destiny 1 clan. All right, let's see. So I want to see if it added a clan to Destiny 2. Yeah, that's the problem with being overpowered. Nice, but useless. Another nice but useless one. Oh, well. Yes, Alexia's right. Alexia, you are 100% right. You cannot play. So with Warframe, because it's free to play, I don't want chicks. I'm very bad with being like chicks, so I don't know what you mean by chicks what to eat. You mean picky? I'm the same when it comes to playing games. It's very, very hard for me to pick a game. Honestly, what am I playing right now? Borderlands. Alright, fine. Kat has a guilty confession to make. I'm gonna confess it, alright? I'm sorry, I'm gonna admit it. I'm excited about Borderlands 4. Oh, I know it's gonna probably suck story-wise, but at the same time, it's like that tug and pull where you're like, I hope it's good, I hope it's good, I know it's gonna be bad, but I hope it's good. So I'm excited. So I've been playing Borderlands, okay? In fact, you can see my trophy progress right over here. I have been playing the Borderlands on the PS4 and the PS5, so I could get the platinum on the PS5 version. I just finished Bounty of Blood. I finally also realized why I didn't like Guns, Blood, Love, and Tentacles. This one. I finally understood why I don't like Guns, Love, and Tentacles. Alright? Because I was playing Borderlands 2. Well, I just had a ramen and Red Bull. I finally figured out why I don't like Guns, Love, and Tentacles. It was just something off about the whole Jacobs Hammerlock relationship that I couldn't understand in my head, why it didn't make sense to me. Then I remembered why. Because I was playing Borderlands 2. And in Borderlands 2... In Borderlands 2... Right? In Borderlands 2, Hammerlock spends his entire time at Moxie's. So I always used to subconsciously think of Hammerlock as that creepy old guy who likes younger women and sits around at a bar all day looking at younger women. So when it came out that he was interested in Jacobs, a part of my brain could not like consciously understand why. I was like, that doesn't make sense. And then I started playing Borderlands 2, and I remember that he spends his entire time in Moxie's. And I always thought he had a crush on Moxie and like half the women in the bar. And that's why he spends his entire time at Moxie's. It's because he's that creepy old guy who stares at 20-year-old women. And so that's why I'm like, why doesn't Guns, Love, and Tentacles make sense to me? Why does it just feel off to me? Oh, I don't want the Tales games. But you can see I only have collect all the Echo Logs left here. And I finished that. I finished Bounty of Blood. I'm working on this one. And this is actually pretty cool. I just started working on that. Because I have a... look, I feel guilty, okay? I'm sorry. I feel guilty. Wait, what content? I haven't played my Titan in a while. What do I have? I really like this gun. Why do I have these here? Why are they on my... oh, well, I mean, I guess he's almost there. All right. Look, I did not know... look. If you're hanging out in a strip club with a woman lying on the ground with her legs up in the air and it's called Moxie's, I'm assuming it's a female strip club. And so seeing Hammerlocks, like I said, it was on a subconscious level. And then suddenly I started playing Borderlands 2 and I go, oh, that's why it doesn't make sense. All right, let's see what, first off. So I did create a clan for Destiny 1. The problem is it won't let you join if you're in Destiny 1. Or it won't let you, for the love of God, Bungie, just you know what? Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not patrolling the Cosmodrome. Okay, what am I up to story-wise? Oh, I'm up to the Taken King. Oh, no, I'm up to Regicide in the Taken King. Okay. That's gonna be fun. Alright. Let's do it. Let's do Destiny. I don't own the Tails and I don't own New Tails. All I know is they removed the Dreadnought from Destiny 2 and I'm angry. Alright, let's see if I can do this as a Titan. I haven't played Destiny in like... Let's see if I can even remember playing Destiny. Spin. No, I did wait, never mind. So, yeah. I think I don't even have that one. I have to check too. I think I saw something Borderlands that was like $15. I was like, wait a minute, I thought I owned everything. And then it was like, no, I think that's the one, or the Commander Lilith one that I'm missing. And I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I thought I owned everything. I got Borderlands 3 for $20, but it was the like $100 one. So I had everything, but it was physical. Okay, no, I did play Destiny 2 recently, and I tried the first mission in Edge of Fate. Let's see if I can do this as a Titan. It's been a while. a minute. Why am I using a machine gun? Okay, one sec. Oh, for the love of God. Yeah, that's the one I have to buy. I'm gonna have to eventually buy it. Oh my God, I am so out of... What the hell am I doing? All right, one sec. On a rocket launcher. So first off, let me just say this. I tried playing the first mission, Edge of Fate, okay? So I was, and I'm ashamed to admit it because of everything, that I was inches away from buying Edge of Fate. The only decision I had to make was whether I was going to go with PC or PlayStation, because PC I could play on the ROG Ally. You cannot, by the way, ironically, play Edge of Fate or anything Destiny 2 on the Steam Deck because of their anti-cheats. You know, they're amazing anti-cheats that work so phenomenally well. I'm so impressed. I'm sure Call of Duty and everyone else is so impressed by your anti-cheats, Bungie, but hey, what do I know, right? I am nobody in the scheme of things, okay? Okay? I am not ascendant, you crazy witch! For the love of God, woman. Okay? I am not ascendant, you crazy woman. I have a piece of descendant that makes them think I'm a descendant. For the love of God, woman. I never became ascendant. That thing pisses me off so much. It's like, you are ascendants now, Guardian. No, woman. No, I'm not ascendant. I have a little talisman to confuse them into thinking it. I'm wearing an ascendant costume, okay? Can we just move beyond that, woman? Okay. I actually played Destiny 2 on Stadia. It wasn't that bad, actually. I have played Destiny 2 on Stadia. Okay. All right. Cat, crazy rant. Okay. Stadia. So a lot of people criticize Stadia, and the criticisms for Stadia were 100% valid. However, so keep in mind that the Stadia, right, was really before you could really play video games mobile, in the sense that, like, there was no Steam Deck for Stadia, okay? So there was no Steam Deck for Stadia, before Stadia, okay? So Stadia was cool. I used it. I liked it. I knew it had its flaws. The one thing I have to give Google Stadia credit for is, when they ended Stadia, they refunded you everything. They refunded you everything. People don't know about this, because a lot of people don't know about Stadia. Okay? They gave you your money back. Everything you bought. Okay? They refunded you. I got money back when it was ended. And we're not talking Google credit. We're not talking credit. We're talking money was returned to my account. I got, it was awesome. Took a couple days for everything to be refunded, but I got everything refunded. It was under a week. So people who are like, oh, Bungie, why did, yeah. But yeah, no. So anyway, all of that aside, yes, I played, the thing is, you get used to every limitation that Destiny has when you play it long enough. Like, I'm more used to the Destiny 1 controls than the Destiny 2 at this point. So I played, let me be clear, because I want people to understand. I was inches away from buying Edge of Fate. The only thing I needed to decide was what console I was going to go with, because I'm not buying it on multiple. To emphasize, I actually bought... Okay? I actually bought Final Shape on PC because that was the only thing I didn't own on PC, and it was on sale, excuse me, for $12. So I was trying to decide if I wanted to get Edge of Fate on PlayStation or PC, both of which I own everything else for Destiny 2, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm like waiting, trying to decide, right? And then I played the first, I logged into, so I'm like, you know what, let me see what the state of the game is, okay? I logged into Destiny 2 on my ROG Ally, okay? And I played the first mission of Edge of Fate, because the first mission is free. It was probably meant to try and convince you to buy it. Yeah, that one I can see 100%. Not having to go to orbit. No, but the thing is, you want to know... Okay, fine. You want to know what ended up changing my mind about Edge of Fate? You want to know what ended up changing? Matter Spark. Okay? Matter Spark. I played that first mission. All right, I'm sorry, I'm pausing on this. Okay. I played that first mission, okay? And you had to... You know what it's like. You go running around as Matter Spark, and then you have to go to these little pillars and charge them with Matter Spark. So then you're fighting a, like, fallen captain. You do half damage, then you have to go running around as Matter Spark through all these stupid things to charge these pillars, to end the immunity phase, to do more damage again. I did not sign up to play a first-person shooter to run around having to pause every 5 minutes for that. I was like, and then people are like, it's a lot in, there's more of it in the campaign. I'm like, I heard good things about the campaign. The thing is, I wanted to play the campaign. Okay? I want to. I heard Lodi. The thing is, let me then choose. I don't want to do it. I don't. I don't want to use it as a way to get out of immunity phases. I don't want it to be a part of combat. Yeah. I mean, I can see it fun out of campaign when you're running from place to place. That I can see. But when you have to come out of immunity phase, you have bosses with this stupid immunity phase. The other thing that I'm like, I don't want to do these puzzles. So undoubtedly, what was meant to try and sell me on the campaign convinced me not to. Oh God, I'm trying to do the Titan thing. I hate being a Titan. I'm a hunter main. Okay, one sec. Let me just kill this guy. And I mean, oh my God, I suck as a Titan. I'm a hunter main. I want my hunter. Okay, 1 sec. I can't see what you're, give me 1 sec. The problem is, like I said, I wanted to play the campaign, which is the part you have to pay for. Because I said, even though he's named after a town in New Jersey, and yes, I'm going to keep saying that, Lodi is a town in New Jersey. Okay, Lodi is a town in New Jersey. It definitely is a town in New Jersey, okay? As a New Jersey person, Lodi is a town in New Jersey. The funny thing is, okay, so let me be clear, I want to play the campaign, okay? Even though he's named after a town, I cannot get over he's named after a town in New Jersey. But there are a couple of things that are turning me off of Destiny 2, I will be honest. I think one of the big ones is also I don't have a lot of time, and I really want to play a lot of other video games. I mean, you saw me deleting stuff to try and fit Destiny 2. Because after Borderlands, I want to play so much other stuff. One sec, let me just... I'm missing a whole bunch, but I gotta beat him. Okay, one sec. So speculative, do you think... Okay, one sec. It's fun outside of the campaign, but super tedious in the campaign. I also like it being used in combat mechanics in the final mission. The final mission is the only time it actually goes fun with gameplay. So, speculative, do you think y'all think it is going to be fire? I think the parts would be different from season and wouldn't be removed. No, I don't trust Bungie to not remove the content. Absolutely, I think this stuff's going to be gone. Actually, but getting to the final mission is a chore. Well, Bungie has said they're not getting rid of anything anymore, but it's hard to believe. Nah, I think they're getting rid of it. That's what they said. And yeah, and the episodes are gone. So I missed out on a lot of the episodes, and I have no idea what's going on. It's often on par. Yeah, but episodes were like seasons. There really is a town in New Jersey called Lodi, yes. Yeah, no, that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get out of it. The thing is, okay, so first off, I have a theory, and one of the reasons why I like live streaming, all right. One of the reasons why I like live streaming and also making videos, which makes me different than other people make videos and YouTube stuff, is because I want to hear from other people. So I will sometimes toss out ideas. So you'll notice if you watch my videos, that if you comment, I will probably reply, or at the very least heart your comment, unless it's something ridiculously stupid. Like, or you obviously didn't watch my video, which sometimes people do, and you could tell I'm not even going to argue anymore. If I could tell you didn't watch my video, I'll tell you flat out, you didn't watch my video, I'm not going to argue with you. There's no point. If all you did was read the title, if all you do is read the title, and then you go, stop being mean to Lucky 10, he's not, then it's like, I could tell. I mean, one person flat out said, you never complimented Edge of Fate. And I was like, yeah, I did. And he's like, all you're doing is criticizing and being mean to Edge of Fate, whatever. I'm like, dude, I actually did compliment Edge of Fate. I said the campaign was good, and I said the raid on normal difficulty. I heard the raid on normal difficulty was very good. So I've complimented Edge of Fate. So one question I have, and this is why I'm pausing it aside, okay, I want to hear from Destiny 2 people, and I might make a video about this. FOMO. Do you think FOMO is one of the reasons that leads to people burning out? So I always compare Destiny and Warframe, okay, because they're very, very similar, and these are the two games that I played together that are very similar. I have noticed that I never burn out of Warframe, because I know that if I want to, I can leave Warframe for any extended period of time. Like, I have played Warframe very spotty for the last 2 months, okay? I don't feel like if I don't play Warframe, I'm going to lose content. Like, I've missed out on episodes. I heard Heresy was very good. After the fact, I never played Heresy. So I have no idea what happened in Heresy. So I can't even go back and play Heresy because it's gone. Okay? Warframe, all of the content is still there, except for a few minor, like, seasonal things that go on for several weeks. But in general, the only thing seasonal right now is the beach party thing. Okay, you don't need to grind it for hundreds of hours. You're good. Okay. But aside from that, and I'm genuinely curious to hear from Destiny people, so if you're watching this later on, is FOMO a big factor in player burnout? Because you have a very short period of time to get things done in. So you have to grind Destiny 2 to an insane degree, to the point you cannot take any breaks from Destiny 2 without having it a challenge to get back in, because you missed out content. You miss a season of Destiny 2, you've missed out content. Now, it turns out, your light level will be returned back to lower level again. So I'm curious, is that possible? One of the reasons that people get burned out is they feel, on top of that, so it's a combination of fear of missing out and also zero sunk cost fallacy. Not sunk cost fallacy, where the idea is that you spent money on whatever you bought. Like if you spent $100, for example, you feel obliged to play it whether you want to or not, because you paid the money. So you feel like if you don't complete your season pass, which you will lose at the end of the season, you're wasting your money. So you grind Destiny 2 even if you don't want to. There's no opportunity to turn off Destiny 2 for 2 weeks and go, I'm taking a break so I don't risk burnout. Because a lot of people are talking about Destiny 2 burnout, but I rarely hear people talking about Warframe burnout. Because, I mean, there are times where I will play Warframe on a daily basis, and then there's times where I will go a month or two without playing Warframe. And I've never felt burned out by Warframe. I've never felt like I have to keep playing. If I get bored with Warframe or fed up, the problem is with that is, look, I think one person pointed out very well. They compared it to Diablo 4, because I've played Diablo 4 and I've played Diablo 4 with the seasons. And the thing is, your old character in Diablo 4 goes into like the Eternal Zone. So it's not like your old character is useless. At the end of the season, your old character is not useless in Diablo 4, or Diablo 3, or Diablo, like in general. Your old characters, and also the same in Path of Exile. Your old character is not unplayable. They go into I think it's called the Eternal Zone. Whereas with Destiny 2, it's not saying, oh, you're old, you need to reset and start over with a new character. It's and you can't play. It's you basically. That's what I mean. Excuse me one sec. I have to use the bathroom. It's all the Red Bull. I'll be right back. I don't have the be right back thing set up because I don't know how to, because I am a boomer. Minnie. There's the Minnie. Mwah. It's got little paws. Good baby. All right. So my theory is this. All right. No, I genuinely want to know from other Destiny people. And like I said, I will probably end up making a video. I just have been really tired this week after work. But I may make a video. I want to hear from people who... Could it be that the FOMO is a reason why people are burning out of Destiny 2. Like, what if instead they made it so that all the seasonal stuff you got, you like your season pass, did not. So apparently Halo fixed this. Halo made it so that the season pass doesn't expire. What if Bungie did not make the season pass expire? What if they didn't stop removing content? Is it possible FOMO is one of the reasons why that's my theory. Yes, let's do this. Come on. This is actually awesome. This is actually awesome. This section here, this is awesome. This is just awesome. Let's watch it. Look at this. That is so cool. One sec. I need something better long distance. This might actually be better. You jerk. Wait, so look. I'm trying to think of other games with FOMO. Honestly, I don't play a lot of games with FOMO. What else would be a game with FOMO? Well, okay. D1 is... I will say this, though. Yes. Well, most live service games. So, for example, Borderlands 3. What is my FOMO for Borderlands 3? Which is what I've been playing right now. Like, correct me. No, I want to know if I'm missing anything, because I've never felt like the stress of burnout and like fear of losing something like Destiny 2. But I guess I'm mostly thinking of I primarily play single player games. I mostly play single player games. So like right now I'm playing what is it? I'm playing Borderlands 3, which is primarily single player. So I guess there's not as much. You know, I want to play Stellar Blade. I want to play Black Myth Wukong. Those are games that... But I guess like Call of Duty. I haven't played Call of Duty. I haven't played Dreamlight Valley or Fortnite. That's why. I know what Dreamlight Valley is. It's a Disney thing. It's also a... Look, how do I put this in? Where's it? Let me just put it this way, okay? My cozy game, let me be clear, my cozy game is Warframe, okay? If I come home tired, or if I'm in a bad mood and I need comfort food in the world of gaming, I play Warframe. If I need to de-stress from a video game, and I need to play a video game, I play Warframe. Okay? That's my cozy game. I don't play Dreamlight Valley. I know what it is because I saw a bunch of people talking about it a while ago. Yeah, it's 100% not my type of game. Okay? Give me one sec. Alright, it's just... You know what? I'm in the mood to rock. Oh, for the love of God. Why? Just, you know what? I'm just gonna... It's called the fantasy... Oh, you mean to buy them? Because I've seen stuff about those really big board games that look ridiculously awesome. I mean, they're not my thing, but I have seen them where they have like a million pieces and cards, and they look awesome. I've been wanting to play that too, and I've heard that is also very good. And everyone keeps telling me I have to play Battlefield 6. I don't know why it keeps shutting down your Xbox. That is weird, because I've not heard anything about that. Where is he? Okay. I said, the thing is, I don't really want to get into too many multiplayer online games simply because, well, I'm already in Warframe and Destiny, and I haven't played, but I've been wanting to play Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy 14. On top of that, there's so many single-player games I want to play. This is what I get for playing a Titan. I didn't realize it was 2 weeks, so I downloaded it on my Xbox and then I uninstalled it when I didn't play it last week. Because I was stupid. Yes, I was. Damn you, Oryx, you will die. It's so weird to go from being light 400 to light baby light when you've been so used to being light 400. Come on, Oryx. Seriously though, they have player housing. What? I just, why, Bungie? Why? Why do you hate us so much? Where does you keep hiding like a little... I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna be a good girl. I'm not gonna say bad words. It starts with a B. Keep hiding from me. Are you scared of the Guardian? Should I send you to the kid? I mean... Oh, I'm gonna try it? Look, the thing is, I've also played Diablo Immortal. Now, I haven't played a lot of Diablo Immortal, but I have played Diablo Immortal. I have not spent a single dime in Diablo Immortal. There are some things I actually do like, in fact, in Diablo Immortal. For example, I do like that some of the classes are pretty cool. Diablo Immortal is cool if you're like, if you forget your Switch and your Steam Deck, and you're sitting there and you're like, okay, I have played some Diablo Immortal, but... So, Destiny Rising, look, I am lucky. I have found that, I do not get addicted to microtransactions easily. So, So I'm not worried about like spending hundreds of dollars in Destiny Rising. Give me one sec. If anybody's saying anything, I'm trying to beat a boss here. Come on. No, I'm trying to be good. Besides, you can fill in the blanks what I'm saying about works. It starts with a B. Okay. That's embarrassing. Mr. Dystopian, my brother got the package, but he's in Egypt, so he's not going to be able to go home for like until he gets back from Egypt in September. So he didn't come home from Maryland. He went to Egypt without me. Without me! You did. Okay, let's just be clear. Nobody saw me kill myself with my own rocket, okay? Okay, you did not see me kill myself with my own rocket, okay? You did not see that. Okay? Let's just be clear on that. You did not see that. That did not happen. That was a figment of your imagination. That did not happen. He went to Egypt without me. Just you didn't see that, okay? Let's just be clear, you did not see that, okay? Let's see if I can actually do Destiny as a Titan. He should be back at the beginning of September, which is around the time Destiny Rising comes out. Ooh, Destiny Rising. Bungie, what are you doing? You stupid. What mistake? There was no mistake. I don't know what you're talking about. Alexia, you're my favorite. See? She's my favorite. This is why Alexia's my favorite. Alexia, you're my favorite. This is why you're my favorite now. Okay, I can't do that. I sound like a whiny girl. I don't want to sound like a whiny girl. Okay. All right. I want to sound like a serious, hardcore gamer. All right? Sounding all serious and hardcore gamer. All right? Let's do this. I want to sound all hardcore gamer-like. Okay? All right? All right. Let's sound hardcore gamer. I'm going to be playing Borderlands 4. I'm sorry. I'm a sellout. Well, that's beside the point. Thank you, Danny. You're also my favorite. Look, I'm sorry, I'm a sellout. I am excited about Borderlands 4. I swear, if it's bad, you know what? I'm gonna say something controversial. But you know what? I'm so fed up with video games being like, this is Trump as the bad guy. I want somebody to subvert expectations and make a video game where they're like, yeah, we decided to make a video game and base it on the current day politics. And so they're like, so Trump is the bad guy. And the person's like, no, he's the good guy. I want that. Normally I don't like politics in my video games. I'm so fed up with politics in my video games. I'm just so fed up with every video game has Trump as a villain. So you know what? I want somebody to make a goddamn video game, and when they're like, yeah, we wanted to tell our story in the modern day political era. And so they're like, I see. Orange Man bad. And I'm like, no, Orange Man good. I want that. Just... What is what? What? It's... Okay, give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Wait, give me 1 sec. I'm confused. Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me just finish this guy before I die. Give me 1 sec. I did that... honestly, like I said, I'm so sick and tired of it all. I just want... I'm tired of it all. I'm so freaking tired of it all. Can't you come up with a unique and creative villain that isn't based on reality? Like, seriously. I thought I killed him. I play video games to escape reality. That's why I like fantasy games mostly. You notice I don't play Call of Duty. I play Destiny. Why? Because it's so unrealistic, it's like hard to believe. We're talking that wizard came from the moon. So I like to do the contradictory opposite, alright? I want to be like... Oh, thank God. There we go. So... watch the new episode of Amazing Digital Circus. I don't even know what Amazing Digital Circus is. They get guns and shoot at each other? Do I get to? Okay, wait. Patriotic Gestalt just super chatted $50. Saying, yeah, Orange Man good. Nobody ever does that. Why? Thank you. Unless you guys like watching me turn into a stuttering idiot, all I did is, wow. Thank you for the $50 super chat. I think that would be cool. Yeah. Yeah. Did you see I beat the boss though? As a Titan? Thank you for the $50 super chat. I appreciate it. I am at a loss for words because that does not, I'm not like, it doesn't happen very often. But I think that would be cool. I did beat the boss though. Yeah. I don't watch a lot of, I just watch a lot of, honestly, I just watch a lot of gaming stuff on YouTube, news stuff. Yeah. I think that would just, it would be cool to see, just because I'm sorry, look, I'm tired of it. I'm so freaking tired of it, okay? I'm tired of it, where it's like, for the love of God, I want to play a video game and not be condemned or insulted or threatened or just told this video game isn't for you or this movie or show isn't for you. And it would be funny and just hilarious and just awesome to see the looks on their faces when you turn to them and like, let me get Mina. You know what? Thank you for the $50 super chat. Here's the kitty cat. Let me get the kitty cat. Let me get the kitty cat. Let's get the kitty cat. You want to get the kitty cat? Let's get the kitty cat. I want to get the kitty cat. Here's your baby. Here's my baby. Here's my kitty. Show him their little paws. See, she's got little paws. Actually, I have played Destiny on the PS Vita, by the way. I have played Destiny on the PS Vita. Yeah, you're a good girl. You know what? Okay, first off, that aside, I woke up this morning and somebody had chewed up 3 licky treats. So no licky treats for you. Okay, I have played Destiny on the PS Vita. How, you say, did I possibly play before I sold my PS Vita? No, I don't want it good, legit. I don't care. I don't want it in my goddamn... I'm sorry, but I do not want it in my video games at this point. I am so fed up with every single... Look, I am looking forward to Borderlands 4. I am legit looking forward to Borderlands 4. Okay? And to have them be like, oh, it's another one of those, we're gonna call out Trump. If you don't like... if you voted Trump, this is for you. Oh, Trump is the villain again? For the love of God. I am so freaking tired of that. I'm so goddamn tired of it. Okay? You're acting like 50% of the country did not vote for Trump. I am tired of it. First of all, because every single one of them interprets Trump exactly the same. Okay? It's always the same. There's no creativity. There's no imagination. There's just orange man bad. And that's... I'm so tired. Oh, you mean the streamer saying dumb stuff? I will say dumb stuff because I am blatantly honest, okay? Flat out, I wear my emotions on my shoulders. I am too dumb to lie, okay? Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Why did I make the video about Lucky Top? Apparently it's Lucky Top. Lucky 10p, and I'm going to be making one more video, and that is going through the comments of his video. Why did I make the normally, I do not make react videos to other content creators. I don't, okay? I made the video about Lucky by chance. I got so fed up because I was looking forward to Edge of Fate. I was like, look, unlike a lot of the other people who Final Shape was like, I want to cut ties with Destiny 2 after Final Shape. I didn't like the first episode after Final Shape, and that kind of turned me off. I wanted more Destiny 2. I did not want Destiny 2, did not want it to end with Final Shape. Okay, so I was watching a lot of videos about people talking about Edge of Fate. Now, Lucky, I used to watch Lucky's videos at least a year ago. It's been a while since I watched him. I watched him sporadically. What little I watched of him, he seemed to come across as genuine, and I didn't know his history at the time. Okay, let me be clear. I did not know his history until somebody told me to look up this person on YouTube and see what he did. Okay? Lucky's video was basically, you know, the saying, the straw that broke the camel's back. I kept listening to YouTuber after YouTuber after YouTuber defending things being done by Bungie that were undefendable. And Lucky's video was the one that broke it for me. Because the dude was literally defending lack of content and lack of exotics. And at the end of his video, he says Destiny 2 isn't for new players and it's for a niche audience. And he didn't even respond to me regarding that, okay? Are you idiotic? I'm sorry, please forgive me for not playing at the moment, but are you stupid? Flat out, I don't want to be mean, but are you stupid to stand there, Mr. Big 300k YouTuber, and say Destiny 2 is for a niche audience and it's not for new people? Destiny 2 is too complicated for new people. Have you played Warframe? Path of Exile? Diablo? There are hundreds. Every video game starts out, it's complicated. Not all of them. There are some baby simple games, but a lot of them are complicated. I totally agree with you. I'm so freaking tired. I'm tired of it. Okay, I am tired of it. I am tired of it. And it's unimaginative. It's like, oh, we're going to base our villain on Trump again. Wow, did you think you were being unique and creative by making Orange Man bad? You all have no imagination. You have one type of brain. Your brain is one way only. Orange Man bad. You can't come up with something unique and different. No, you have to go after Trump over and over and over to the point where it's like, my God, did this guy kick your puppy? Holy dear God! I'm so tired of hearing everybody making their villains Orange Man bad. Forget Trump. Come up with unique and creative villains. Add the time travel to Borderlands 4 and it's like, oh my god. But no. Apparently Borderlands 4 is. There are a lot of them where they base Trump as, I cannot think of any at the top of my lung, but I'm telling at the top of my, but over and over you hear them saying this game isn't for Trump supporters. This game, over and over. Or it's based on Trump. And I'm tired of it. It's the same thing with Star Trek isn't for you if you voted for Trump. I'm so tired of it. And even if you don't base your villain on Trump, I am tired of them coming in and going, this game isn't for you if you voted for Trump. Apparently, so is Mind's Eye. The main villain is based on Elon Musk. And Trump, apparently. I haven't played it, but I've been told from the review from a guy who didn't vote for Trump was reviewing it, and he's like, Mind's Eye is basically Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Borderlands 4, Mind's Eye. There's a lot of them. Over and over. They cannot keep politics out. And I'm fed up and tired of it. I'm tired of people coming going, yeah, if you voted for Trump, this isn't for you. No, not on Arabs. What are you talking about? Arabs? Coming from an Arab? No. Not anymore. It used to be Russians and Arabs. That was like 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Not anymore. Like I said, most of them come out and they're like, yeah, Orange Man bad. You're thinking 20 years ago. Because now, no one makes Arabs as bad guys. Nobody makes video games based on Arabs anymore. Nobody cares about Arabs anymore. In fact, wait, where was it? Excuse me. So, 67. I know a lot about what's going on in the world right now. Okay? Yeah, and COD in the Middle East, and they haven't had a COD game in the Middle East in a while. Actually, I'm actually very active politically. And I'm very much aware of what's going on in the world. Yeah, AC Mirage, everyone is good and bad. Like I said, Arabs have not been really a big deal, villain-wise, in like 20 years. Since the Gulf War. And that period after. Like after 9/11. So, yeah, most games right now don't have Arab villains. But even Russia, not that much as it used to be. No, that's why I don't get where you're getting from the Arab thing from. I haven't seen a game. So that's why, like I said, I think I would know if a video game has has villains that are Arab. Recently, no. And the thing is, it isn't even if it's directly Trump, though a lot of them base it on Trump. It's the whole the interpretation of Trump. where it's like I said, where they flat out say, yeah, this game isn't for Trump supporters. Okay, where it's like the guy from Borderlands 4 is like, we wanted to make a game about fascism and Trump, where it's implied, obviously they mean Trump. So it's like, okay, I'm tired of it. I'm flat out tired of it. You just enough. Okay? But no, nobody's making games about Arabs. Nobody cares about Arabs. Nobody cares about Arabs anymore. Unless we go into direct conflict with Arabs, that's where they make games based on villains, all right? Is if you're in conflict. Which is why, like, I don't care if they make a game set in the Middle East and the bad guys are Arab, because it's always how it's been. Forspoken, I don't remember. I think it was her dad. Or, like, the person who killed her I think it was her dad. I don't remember. I never played Forspoken. I'll admit, I never played Forspoken. I was not interested in playing Forspoken. Just really not interested in playing Forspoken. 157, 167, get rid of that. 170, machine gun, 167, machine gun. Let's put it for now. Okay, 167. No, it hasn't. What are you talking about? It's always been like... What I mean is, the villain is often someone we're at war with. Which is why... What's the problem with that? If America's at war with the Middle East, obviously they're going to make the bad guy an Arab. But we haven't been at war with the Middle East. And the thing is, at the same time, it's like... Okay, fine. If you're making a game like Call of Duty... and it takes place in a war zone, okay? You're going to pick somebody, yeah. I don't care about spoilers. Nobody cares about spoilers. The thing is, I am fed up, flat out, and I'm not the only one who's fed up. There's a difference between making the enemy an external threat, okay, and making it about American politics and making it within America. So if you make an Arab villain in a Call of Duty game, it's very different than turning the president of the United States that half the country voted for into a villain. Most Americans, if America's at war with the Middle East, are going to be on the side of America. Okay? It's not propaganda. You're not getting what I'm saying. First off, you know what? I'm going to flat out say it because I'm tired of this. I voted for Trump. Okay? I voted for Trump. If you tell me you're making a video game and you flat out tell me it's not for you because you voted for Trump, what do you think my response is going to be? A lot of people voted for Trump. There's a difference between making your villain... What's sad about the fact that I voted for Trump? You know, Trump actually won the Muslim population. Okay? There's a difference between turning the villain from an outside force and the villain being Americans themselves. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was the bracelet. You don't want to divide your audience. If you start turning the villain into the president of the United States, which over 50% of the country voted for, and you do it repeatedly to the point where there's not even imagination. Okay, I get it. Some people, you want to make a game of someone based on the president. But if all you're doing is over and over, shows, movies, TV shows, over and over, Orange Man bad, and there's no imagination in it because all you're doing is Orange Man bad fascism. At this point, you're right. That's the thing also, Behemoth. You're right. To this point, they won't demonize Arabs or Muslims or people in the Middle East. I totally agree. They won't. At this point, I have no problem with it. They are more sensitive to the Arabs in the Middle East than Republicans. Okay? He's right. I totally agree. What I'm saying is, okay, there's a difference between making the enemy what is basically the external bad guy. Okay? During the Cold War, the external bad guy, the threat to America, No, most conservatives are not pissed at him. What are you talking about? I'm actually involved in a lot of conservatives, and a lot of conservatives are not pissed at him. Actually, are very happy with what he's doing. And I listen to a lot of conservative news. The vast majority of conservatives are very, very, very happy with Trump, including me. The thing is, you cannot expect your president to do everything. No one is 100% happy with what their president does. Okay? For example, okay? And honestly, I can't believe now we're going into politics. I did not want to go into politics. I just said I was tired of it. I wanted my income taxes, my federal income taxes cut. The promise of cutting income tax for $150,000 and below was something I wanted more spending cut. That doesn't mean I do not support or regret my vote. I do not regret my vote. I'm very happy with Trump. And the majority of conservatives are very happy with Trump. I have not seen any big conservative go, yeah, I'm unhappy. Every single time, all I see are people happy with Trump. And I'm very active in the Republican Party in my area, which is New Jersey, which is very Democrat. Okay? So no, most conservatives are very happy with Trump. That does not mean they regret their vote or that they're angry with him. They don't agree with some of the things he's done, but can't expect a president to, and he ended it pretty fast too. And you mean Iran, and he ended it pretty fast as well. No, most people, again, first off, this proves to people that Trump supporters are not in a cult, because they don't agree with every decision he made. But that does not mean they're not happy with what he has done. Okay? There's a difference between... Yeah, I know, he meant Iran, obviously. Yeah. And he ended it pretty fast. The guy ended it very fast. On top of that, you know what? If Harris had won, we would be in World War III right now. Yeah, absolutely. We'd also be mutilating children. Dude, I have not seen a single... Again, they may not agree with him on certain things, but not a single conservative said, I regret voting for Trump. No, he ended it. He didn't fail. What are you talking about? Dude completely ended it. Dude, I don't want to talk politics. All I was saying is I am tired of people making the villain Orange Man bad. Okay? Most conservatives are very happy with Trump. They may not agree with all of his decisions, but you know what? There's an absolute fact. Harris would have been a nightmare. We would be in World War III right now with Harris. Okay? I have no regrets for voting for Trump. I don't agree with everything he has done, but that is the norm for a president. Okay? You are not... It proves that conservatives, MAGA Republicans, are not in a cult. Whereas on the opposite side, anything Trump does, the opposite side immediately does the opposite. The fact that you had crazy leftists screaming in support of Iran just because Trump doesn't like it. I bet you if Trump reverses his policy, they would reverse theirs. These people have no idea. He ended the conflict. All right, dude, I'm tired of this argument. All right, like I said, you're not going to convince me, someone who's deeply involved, okay, in conservative politics, that conservatives are unhappy with Trump. Okay, when you see it on a daily basis, that the majority of people are very happy with Trump. Dude's doing great. Dude has accomplished far more than any other president before. Okay, he's actually done things which a lot of other presidents haven't done. Again, do I agree 100% with everything? Personally, if I could, what I would love to see him do, cut income tax for anyone under $60,000 a year. The average American makes between $40,000 and $60,000. The thing is, at the end of the day, right? All you have to do, if you're thinking, okay, well, I regret he didn't do that. I wish he'd done that. All you have to do is go, well, if Harris had won, what position would we be in right now? Oh, dear God. Yeah. We would probably be in World War III right now. The world would be laughing at us. We would be supporting the harm to children on a degree and harm towards women on a degree that I don't even want to speak about. Yeah, Harris would have destroyed this country. Trump has actually made steps to improve it. He has brought more business back to America. Yeah. Is he perfect? No, Trump is not perfect. Trump is a human being, and he's trying to make things better. And there's one thing that I know beyond a doubt. Even if I don't agree or don't like or wish he had done something differently, there's one thing I know about Donald Trump. Donald Trump actually cares about this country. Kamala Harris does not. And most Democrats hate being American. Trump has made people proud to be American again. He cares about this country and genuinely wants to make things better. Is he going to make mistakes along the way? Every president does. This idea that you have to look at the president that you voted for and say, I'm 100% with everything he does, is not realistic. Unless you are blind. Oh, do you really think, okay, Palestine? You want to go into Palestine? You really think that, okay, this is all I'm going to say, because I avoid the Middle Eastern topic like the plague, because that topic is so complicated, and I'm tired of getting involved in it. But I will tell you this, okay? Do you really think Harris would have supported the Middle East? Do you really think Harris would have done anything for the Palestinians? Because she wouldn't have. If you've been voting as long as I have, there's one key lesson I have learned. Do not vote based on Palestine. Do not make that as a priority, because not a single politician who's running for president will ever do anything for the Palestinians. My response is, why isn't anybody in the Middle East doing anything for the Palestinians? If you care so much about the Palestinians, why aren't the Arabs doing something about it? That's all I'm going to say. Because I'm tired of Arabs coming in here. I know you're not an Arab, but I'm tired of Arabs coming in here and saying, why aren't you doing something? What do you want me to do? Okay, you do something. Why isn't Egypt letting Palestinians in? I don't care at this point. Look, I don't, at this point, my priority, I have been living with the Palestine issue longer than a lot of people have been alive. And if there's one thing, Harris flat out lied and posted ads on one side where she's pro-Palestine and ads in other areas where she's pro-Israel. She's a liar, and at the end of the day, she would have done absolutely nothing for Palestine. Absolutely nothing. So if you're voting based on Palestine and you're telling me Trump bad, Trump has probably done less to harm the Palestinians than Harris would have done. Okay? Nobody, if you're voting based on, as an American, you want to know what I'm voting based on? First and foremost, America. Flat out America. This is where I'm at. America. And I want Trump to be America first. And the reason he attacked Iran was because they were bombing ships in the Red Sea. And that was affecting trade, which was affecting America. Okay? America first. That's why. So you know what? I am tired of the people who tell me, oh, well, you can't vote because of Palestine. All right? I know for a fact, if I'm voting based on Palestine, there's no side to vote on. I vote based on America. I'm here. And I say to the Arabs in the Middle East, if you care so much about Palestine, do something about it. They don't care. All right? Why should I, as an American, who have my own problems, right, sacrifice when the people over there don't even care? I've had so many people come in here. And he has, again, Trump has said, Trump actually did something that no one else did. Harris didn't do this. Trump actually spoke to Arabs in Dearborn. He won the Muslims because he actually spoke to the Muslims in Dearborn, and he wants people to stop dying. Now, if everybody in the Middle East are going to act like crazies, that's not his problem. But Trump has said he wants to stop the dying, okay? And Trump took the time to talk to the Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan. Harris actually had a Muslim who was supposed to speak. This one, I was told by a Muslim insider who said that Harris had a Muslim lined up to speak and canceled it. Okay? No, he didn't. You know what? No. Like I said, he does want to stop people dying. Trump has been genuine about that. Okay? Now, if everyone's going to go batshit and every time they try and start a ceasefire, one side or the other starts bombing each other, But on top of that, when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, you want to know what? I do not vote based on the Middle East. Okay? At the end of the day, let me be clear. Okay? Does it bother me what's happening in the Middle East? Yes. Does it worry me that's happening in the Middle East? Okay? That, do you really believe that? You really think he's doing that? Come on. Okay? At the end of the day, my view is simple, okay? I don't vote based on the Middle East. I vote based on America. Because I'm in America. And that's my priority. Now, he did not say he wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Okay? That's a load of BS. He does not want to ethnically cleanse Gaza. At the end of the day, okay, I don't vote based on the Middle East. If the Middle East cares so much about the Palestinians, do something. Stop coming to America and saying, we need to solve your problems. Okay? No, you know what? He's never said he wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Just as you were telling me most video games have Arabs as the enemy, that's not true. Most video games recently don't have Arabs in them. They're too scared to talk about Arabs. And in fact, half the leftists who run the video game industry. Yeah, kiddo, I'm a lot older than that, all right? I've been living under this for a lot longer than you have, all right? Trust me on this, okay? I know more about this issue than most people do because I grew up with it. I saw the pictures of what's happening in Gaza. And I'm telling you, one, if you expect a politician running for president to be pro-Palestine, you're deluding yourself. I am not going to vote based on the Middle East. Period. It's not my job to vote based on the Middle East. I'm voting based on America and what's happening in America first. And I want the president that I vote for to prioritize Americans. Okay? Period. I'm in this country. I get paid garbage. Okay? I don't have a living wage. Okay? I have my rights as a woman in America are being torn apart when I have to share. Okay? The rights of children is a serious problem in this country. Censorship is a serious problem in this country. My main issue is America. I know for a fact that Harris would have probably been worse than Trump when it comes to the Middle East. I genuinely, like I said, I did not want to talk about Trump's policies. All I was saying is I am tired of people making Trump the bad guy in their video game. And I thought, wouldn't it be, it would be great, actually, if finally someone went and said, yeah, we're basing our video game on today's politics. And they were like, oh, Trump, Orange Man bad. And they turned and said, Orange Man good. I don't want to talk about my politics. I never talk about the Middle East because the Middle East is far too complicated. And we have a serious problem. There's a reason why I don't have a Palestinian flag in my bio. And I don't have Free Palestine in my bio. Because when you do that, it turns it into a black and white issue. And so many people are so stupid. All they see is, and primarily leftists, because most of them don't even know where Palestine is. You have people going, trans rights, Palestine. And you're like, are you insane? Okay? You know nothing about Palestine. You are pro-Palestine because you hate Trump. You know nothing about Palestine. I'm not saying you particular, I'm talking about in general. A lot of the people with Palestinian flags also bully Jews. And I'm not going to stand behind people bullying Jews who have nothing to do with this issue. I'm seeing Jews being bullied. And then you go, why do people think we're crazy for supporting? If you bully a Jewish woman who wants to use the bathroom, she has nothing to do with it. I don't hate all Jews. And I will not stand by and watch Jews being bullied. I'm against the death of innocents on both sides. But my main priority is America. Okay? I never talk about the Middle East because I know for a fact this is a convoluted mess. Okay? Personally, if I were in America, I would... I said, I'm seeing it from an American point of view. Okay? I'm telling you, we have... Okay, fine. Let me tell you a story, all right? Okay? I was going to a political event, and my father was telling me, you need to dress up real nice because people judge a book by its cover. Okay? One of the biggest problems that the Palestinians have are that a lot of the people who support Palestine have no idea what they're talking about and are embarrassing. And they need to stop because they are turning a serious issue into a joke. No, it's not simple. It's not simple. It's very complicated. You can't turn it into a black and white issue because the people who turn it into a black and white issue bully Jews in America who have nothing to do with it. You don't bully Jews in America who have nothing to do with it. That's not black and white. You don't go you don't work for Microsoft and start boycotting Microsoft because you don't like the fact that they sell product to Israel. It has nothing to do with a video game. So you're a video game developer. Don't get involved in politics. Okay? The problem is a lot of the people on the right think that the people supporting Palestine are batshit because the people supporting Palestine have no idea what they're talking about and have no idea how they look. There are some people who are trying to talk on behalf of Palestine, who are talking seriously and are saying normal. But when you have somebody in the streets, okay, with I'm sorry, I'm just going to say a trans woman with free Gaza wearing no shirt, tits out, going, "Free Palestine!" Dude, do you really think that looks good for Palestine? Does it look good for Palestine? No, it doesn't. They are totally separate issues. Put the trans by itself, put the Palestine by itself. They are completely unrelated. But when you have a man who is transitioned to woman, who has free Gaza written topless, okay? Topless. And he's going, "Free Gaza, free Palestine." How do you think it looks? You judge a book by its cover. People mock people who are pro-Palestine. Why? Because you have some people in England going, "One fight, one what? Free, trans rights, Palestine." They are not connected. They are not the same thing. You have people, trans women, walking around with shirtless, topless, going, "Free Palestine." How do you think that looks? First of all, it looks bad for the trans movement. In America, the majority of the people who are pro-Palestine and in the UK are leftists. You're not getting that. That's the problem. The few people who are pro-Palestine on the right have to be very careful because they don't want to be associated with them. The majority of the people in America who are pro-Palestine are pro-left because they only support Palestine because they hate Trump. Tucker Carlson is right. The problem is anyone who's right-leaning does not want to associate with these pro-left people because they're so out of it. Again, why is it in the UK you have trans women with no shirts on with "Free Gaza" written on them? They're not even related. It also looks bad for the trans people. When you have trans women with no shirts on running through the streets. I mean, come on. It's bad for both. No, in America, that's not a minority. That's the problem. The minority are the normal, sane people who are trying to, but they realize this is one of the reasons I don't talk about the Middle East, okay? Because I don't want to be associated with that. Because the majority of the people who look at the pro-Palestine are seeing people taking over college campuses, throwing Jewish students out of their classes, okay? Bullying Jewish students. You have the Queers for Palestine. The majority of the people who are supporting Palestine are on the left, and the few people on the right who might support Palestine don't because they don't want to be associated with the trans woman with "Free Gaza" written on her chest. And I'm telling you, worldwide, in the Western world, it's the same problem because the trans woman with "Free Gaza" was in the UK. And the Arabs clearly don't care about Palestine because they arrested people in Egypt who were supporting Palestine. Egypt arrested pro-Palestine people. So no. The majority of the people who support Palestine are left. And a lot of the people on the left who support Palestine don't even know where Palestine is. No, I'm not looking at this all wrong because I'm looking at it and I'm realizing, Habibi, okay, I'm a lot older than you. Okay? I am a lot older than you. Let me be clear. If you've been doing this for 15 years, trust me, I've been doing it a lot longer. Okay? I am a lot older than you. I am telling you, from someone on the right, when I look at all of this, all I see, the majority of Americans who support Palestine are on the extreme left. On top of that, even if who's getting the attention? Okay? Who's getting the attention when it comes to pro-Palestine? Who? That's the other problem. These people, even if let's go with, even if you're saying it's a minority, who's getting the attention? The loudest ones who are acting like crazy people. They are destroying any chance Palestine has because they're acting like crazy people. When you have people talking about Microsoft, and it's a video game studio. A video game studio is saying our union refuses to work with Microsoft because until you stop giving supplies to Israel. Do you really think that video gamers are going to go, oh, so stunning, so brave? Most gamers don't care about Palestine. So when they hear about a video game studio who's like refusing to work because they're pro-Palestine, do you really think gamers are going to go, oh, that is so stunning? No, they're going to be like, screw Palestine. That's the problem. No, I don't, because honestly, no, you don't get it. You don't get, because I had this conversation with my own father recently, and he finally agreed with me. We have the majority of the people who are pro-Palestine are extreme left. Extreme left. And they interviewed them, and most of them don't even know where Palestine is. Okay? They don't know the history. They don't know how serious this is an issue. You cannot take this issue seriously when you have trans women in shirtless going free Gaza. Okay? I am tired of talking about the Middle Eastern issue. I've made my view clear. The problem with the Palestine issue is this. You have bad PR. The people on the right who could potentially even care about Palestine will not support Palestine because they do not. No, it is global. It is global. In the Western world, it's the UK. Everywhere they have pro-Palestine, it's queers for Palestine. And then, okay, what did Egypt do? What did Egypt do when you had people coming in pro-Palestine? Arrested them. Most people. Okay, really. Okay. So now you're calling me stupid because I'm telling you right now, the global image of Palestine, it's crazy people who are bullying Jews and who associate trans with Palestine. That is the view. You don't like it? Whatever. But the majority of the people who hear about the Palestinian issue, okay, and don't want to support the Palestinian issue because they don't want to be associated with the far left. You may not like to hear it, but that's a fact. Yes, and the people whose voices are heard, I just told you, in the UK, you have literally, the protests in UK were, one struggle, one fight, trans rights, Palestine. What does trans rights have to do with Palestine? You're destroying trans rights, okay, because you're walking around topless and acting like a psychopath. So the trans are losing all their rights, but why are you even connecting trans rights with Palestine? Okay? The people who are speaking on behalf of pro-Palestine are far left. And until that's fixed, okay? No! Turn it on and look up pro-Palestine. Fine. You know what? Fine. You don't believe me? Fine. Let me see if I can find it. The problem is, okay? The problem is, okay? They are the most vocal, okay? They are the most vocal, and they're the ones who get the attention. So everyone looks at the, okay? Why are you letting them? Okay? Why do you have the people screaming queers for Palestine? And yes, I agree with Falcon. Like I said, No, but I mean, the thing is, okay, okay, no, it's not worth wasting my breath at this point, because the problem is it's the PR, okay? Okay? It doesn't matter how many people underground support Palestine. If the people on the news are going, one struggle, one fight, trans rights Palestine, and I agree, what, at the end of the day, yeah, it's the UK free speech. Oh, the UK free speech? What the fuck? There is no free speech in the UK. I agree. You can't say anything, but that's the problem, okay? Yeah, I agree, Zanny, there's no free speech in the UK. The problem is, it's just like I said, it's harming both the trans side of it and the Palestine side of it. And yes, it's free speech, but that's what people are seeing. It's the same thing here in America. When you have universities taken over by pro-Palestine, bullying Jews, throwing Jews out of their classes, acting, mistreating Jews, and then you go, okay, pro-Palestine. How can you be pro-Palestine and bully Jewish people in America? How do you think it makes you look? Okay, I get it, the free speech in the UK, you can't say anything. But how do you think it looks when on the news, all over the internet, it's one struggle, one fight, trans rights, Palestine? How is it that when people look up pro-Palestine, what do they see? They don't see Tucker Carlson interviewing a doctor. They don't see any of the serious issues. What do they see? The trans woman, and it was what? With no shirt on, with free Gaza. I get it, you can't tell them, but I'm telling you, this is harming pro-Palestine. The crazy people on the left, who are the most vocal, who get the most attention, are harming Palestine. Okay? I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what to tell you, but I am telling you, these people are doing more harm, and I know Muslims who are saying we don't want them. What, pro-Palestine? Pro-Palestine. Dude, at the end of the day, I've already said, okay, Al Jazeera, why we need to retire the term pro-Palestine. This media shorthand is increasingly used to conflate violence with acts of solidarity and protest against mass murder. So even the Al Jazeera is saying the term pro-Palestine has too much baggage associated with it. Okay? On July 5th, CNN article reported on 3 incidents in Melbourne, Australia: attempted arson at a synagogue, a confrontation at a restaurant, and 3 cars set on fire near a business. What does burning a synagogue in Australia have to do? That the author chose to conflate activism in support of the Palestinian cause with violent acts that are low on facts and high on conjecture is indicative of how Western media have come to operate. Media reports are increasingly linking by default acts of aggression to activism they call pro-Palestine. That's the problem. The people who get the attention, the people who are the most vocal, the people who are the people who you don't want to get the attention. How can you say, I'm pro-Palestine, and you burn a synagogue? That isn't good for pro-Palestine. First of all, it's unfair to the Jews who have nothing to do with Palestine. And second of all, it doesn't make you look good. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the problem is, okay, people don't understand how you look and how you represent yourself is important. If you have, and again, free speech, but that is the problem, okay? Dude, I've already told you my view on the whole thing, okay? I don't vote based on Palestine because no president is going to support Palestine. I need to vote based on America first, okay? I need to vote based on America first. And I need to accept that, okay? I need to accept the simple fact that Most of the people, when they look up pro-Palestine, they don't see anything but far left. And that is a serious problem. It is a PR nightmare, and it's not helping the Palestinians. And while I get it, you can't stop these people from dancing in the street, but at the end of the day, okay, again, we have you have the wrong people taking it over. No, America is not. America is America first. Why do you think they support Israel? Do you really think they care about the Israelis too? No, they don't. Americans don't care about Israelis either. At the end of the day, it isn't about it's about having a country in the Middle East where the oil is at. That's it. Do you really think America cares about Israel? The majority of the people don't care about Israel either. They don't care about Jews. They don't care about Muslims. They care about America. Okay? America is not Israel first. America is America first. And the only reason they're in the Middle East was because of oil. Okay? That's it. It's convenient to have Israel there. If they really cared about the Israelis, do you really think if they really cared about the Israelis, they don't care? Okay? Let's be clear. Okay? They don't care. Most Americans don't care about Israel. Most Americans don't care about Palestine. And the few, okay, most Americans don't like it when Jews are bullied. So they care about Jews in America. And if you see someone who's pro-Palestine bully a Jew, do you really think that's going to help Palestinians? No, it's not. And we see a lot of Jews being bullied by people who are pro-Palestine. Okay, that's one problem. You're not understanding. That's why, for example, I've grown up from a very young age knowing that when I wear the hijab and I walk out in the street, I represent Islam. I don't represent myself. I represent Islam. Okay? Okay? I represent Islam. When you have somebody carrying a sign that says Free Gaza, okay, as I said, you need to understand the problem is the viral image of pro-Palestine is one of far left. In the news, you have in the UK, pro-Palestine, pro-trans together. Doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't matter. Even if you're a Zionist in America, it doesn't matter. You have nothing to do with it. You don't harm someone who's Jewish in America or a Zionist. It doesn't matter. It looks bad. Okay? Someone recently tried to set a Jewish World War II Holocaust survivor on fire. And he was a pro-Palestine. How do you think that looks? One small incident, but of course it exploded all over. And what is the response? People are going to go, oh yeah, those pro-Palestine people are crazy. You can tell me there are 100 sane people, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of pro-Palestine people. I know for a fact. There are a lot of people who are pro-Palestine who are not far left. However, they're afraid to speak out because they're automatically going to be connected to the far left. Because the most vocal people who are pro-Palestine are batshit crazy. I know for a fact because I go to mosques. I know Muslims, and most of them are pro-Palestine, and they aren't screaming in the streets. The problem is, who do you see when you turn on the news? Most people now think of the Jewish man, Holocaust survivor, who was set on fire by some guy who calls himself pro-Palestine. The image, the video of the woman who tried to use a bathroom at a coffee shop and was thrown out because she's Jewish was repeatedly played over and over and over. So what do you think the response is going to be? Those pro-Palestine people are crazy. The trans woman without a shirt on with Free Gaza interviewed in the UK. When people think of Free Gaza, what do they think of? The trans woman with Free Gaza. That's the problem. And people who might have been on the Palestinian side don't want to be seen publicly speaking about it because they don't want to be associated with those people. And it's very, very hard to disconnect the two. And the trans people have that same problem. That's why I get what they're going through. because the majority of the trans side is the crazy as well. So you have the normal people who want to be left alone, but all over the news you see the crazy. And it's very hard to fix that. And I would say again, where's the Middle East in all of this? Where's the Middle East? As Mr. Dystopian pointed out, Trump is sending aid to both sides. Where's Egypt in this? Where is Saudi Arabia in all of this? I'm going to say something, one last thing on this issue, and then I am dropping it. Okay? One of the things, and that's one of my criticisms of Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, is ittaqillah. God gives you power, property, wealth, position as a gift, and to see how you handle it. How wealthy are the people in Saudi Arabia? How rich is Saudi Arabia? Dubai. How rich are some of the countries in the Middle East? How extremely wealthy are those countries? And what are they doing for the poor Muslim countries? What are they doing for the Palestinians? What is Saudi Arabia doing? They have money out the wazoo. They are ridiculously wealthy. They have people in palaces. They have a king. What are they doing to help the Palestinians? Before you come to America, why aren't the Muslims helping their own brothers and sisters? Why should most of the Americans care? Most people in America have no idea about Palestine and don't care. The majority, I hate this idea that we demonize Americans and say Americans hate Muslims. Most Americans, all they know about Islam is what they see on television. If you actually meet a Muslim, it's different. There are a lot of people who've come here in my live stream and have said that they have never met a Muslim until they spoke to me. And they realize that Muslims aren't all crazy building people, blowing things up. Most people would if they saw a more nuanced approach to the whole Palestine issue, they might be more open to finding out and understanding what is going on. The problem is the wrong side got their hands on the issue. So most people who be like, I don't know much about Palestine, turn on the news and what do they see? Colleges being taken over by pro-Palestine. Okay? Ilhan Omar, no, what's her name? Ilhan Omar going on about how she supports Somalia over America. What are you doing, woman? Rashida Tlaib, Mamdani, the Muslim guy in New York City, who's supporting flying children. Let me say this again. Flying children out of state to New York to pay for trans surgeries. Communism, basically socialism in New York. How do you think that makes Muslims look? If every one of our politicians in America is crazy, it makes Americans look at Muslims and go, I don't want that here in America. How does it look with most people? And I've gotten into arguments with people where they're like, look at Afghanistan. I'm like, yeah, Afghanistan isn't a good Muslim example. Okay? But who gets the attention? Okay? Why do you think the burqa is being banned? And people are calling for the burqa being banned. Why? Because they see it in Afghanistan. Muslims are some of the worst behaved, especially in the Middle East. If you are a non-Muslim looking at the behavior of Muslims, you would absolutely hate us. And I can't blame them, because the way Muslims behave is abhorrent, and they need to grow up. And it harms all Muslims. Muslims in England, what's going on in the UK, and people not being punished for crimes against children. A Muslim should be speaking out when other Muslims misbehave. When another Muslim does something wrong, Muslims should say, no, we do not agree with that. We are embarrassing ourselves. We are humiliating ourselves. And we are behaving horribly. And you're dealing with people on the West, most of whom have never met a Muslim. So when they turn on the TV and they see Afghanistan, how do they think about Muslims? They hate us. Yes, the honor killing, which isn't Islam. The honor killing, that's not Islam. But the problem is, most of the people who aren't Muslim don't know that. And then you have stupid Muslims who know nothing about Islam promoting garbage. Saying garbage, acting like animals. The worst behaved people are Muslims. The reason Islam is so hated is because of how we behave. That's one of the reasons why I started to get some attention as a live streamer. Why? So people can see that there are actually normal people who are Muslim. Most Muslims are normal people. The problem is the idiots who may get the attention and misbehave so horrifically that everyone pays attention to them. We need to behave better. And again, if you care so much about Palestine, if you truly care about Palestine, where is Saudi Arabia in all of this? Where are those wealthy Muslim countries? Most Americans make under $60,000 a year. We can't afford to give money to Palestine. Okay? I make under $40,000 a year. You really think I could be donating money and trying to help Palestinians? Okay? I care about America first. It's all the way on the other side of the ocean. But what about the people of Saudi Arabia? What about Egypt, who's right next to them? Lebanon, Jordan. No, they're too busy fighting amongst themselves and being greedy, using drugs, alcohol, misbehaving. How do they behave in Saudi Arabia? Okay? So before you come to America and you tell us we need to give up and sacrifice and vote for Palestine, the Arabs don't care. And like I said, on the day of judgment, what do you think is going to happen when God, as if anyone who's a Muslim knows, you will face God and you will be asked, what did you do in life? What do you think God is going to do to the Saudi Arabians who are so wealthy, who God gifted them with oil and wealth? And what do you think God is going to do to them? When he says, next door to you, your own brothers and sisters were starving and you were drinking alcohol and using drugs. Tell me that. With their tigers and their massive buildings and fake islands and indoor ski ranges and whatever other garbage they have. Before you come to Americans and you tell us why aren't you helping the Palestinians, ask the Saudi Arabians. Ask the people in Dubai who are making a Disney World now in the Middle East. And they're the ones building it, not Disney. So before you start building a Disney World in the Middle East, maybe care about your brothers and sisters who are starving in other countries. Okay? If the people of Saudi Arabia actually gave their zakah, their obliged zakah, do you think any Palestinian would go hungry? Do you? Dubai, Qatar, some of these really wealthy countries. I'm not talking Egypt. Egypt isn't wealthy, okay? But there's some very wealthy Muslim countries who do garbage nothing, and then they turn to America. At the bare minimum, not even military aid. Food. Why aren't they feeding them? That's all I'm going to say. But I'm tired of people coming in here and blaming me as an American, voting for Trump because I care about America first. When you don't bother to look at your own people in the Saudi Arabia. Okay? And you don't look at the fact that we are humiliating ourselves with our own bad behavior. I cannot get over the number of Jews I have seen who have been bullied and mistreated, and then they go, why do they hate us? Why aren't they pro-Palestine? Maybe because you denied a woman a bathroom because she's Jewish. But pro-Palestine, no, that's not pro-Palestine. That makes you look like a horrible person. I get more hate online by people with Palestinian flags than Jews. I have friends who are Jewish because I don't hate all Jews. Okay? I treat Jews like people, too. All right? I don't automatically hate you because you're Jewish by default. There's a lot of really cool Jews out there. But on the other hand, anyway, that's my whole rant on the whole thing. All right? Tell me I'm wrong. And again, that's my view on the whole thing. All right, I'm so freaking tired of politics. My whole point at the beginning of this was not to go into a whole Middle Eastern politics. My whole point was I am fed up with the fact that every time a new product comes out, if you're a Trump supporter, it's not for you. Okay? I am. No, you didn't sound mean, but you're not. I'm tired of, the thing is, people aren't understanding how much harm is being done. I do care. I have been going through this for far longer than you have. I remember as a child going to Muslim conventions and seeing pictures of children being shot. Okay? I have been living with this for, I remember after 9/11, you couldn't even say the word Palestine. Okay? Because you would get, people, let me be clear. Okay? One of the big problems is a lot of what's happening now with debanking, censorship, happened to us after 9/11. So I'm used to not even bringing up Middle East, because if you bring it up, there was a chance. I'm older. I'm actually older. People don't understand that, but I'm older. I'm a lot older than I look. And I just don't share my age, but I'm older. Trust me on this. I lived through 9/11 dressed like this. Okay? What people don't understand is a lot of the stuff that, and in a way, it's a crazy karma. A lot of what's happening to the conservatives when it comes to debanking and censorship and, at one point not being able, happened to us after 9/11. You learned not to bring up certain topics, which is why one of the reasons I don't bring up Palestine, it's just how I was, you don't even talk about it, because if you mentioned Middle Eastern stuff, you were immediately marked on a list. You had to be careful what you said. In fact, at one point after COVID, there were FBI, after the attack in October, there were FBI agents going around questioning Muslims. And CARE, which is not was telling Muslims to just ask for a lawyer. Okay? I mean, for example, there's a lot of suspicious things that happen. I'm not saying I'm not justifying or supporting the death of the innocent people in October, but there's a lot of suspicious things that happen around that are kind of like, maybe they were kind of pushing for it, all right? But as Mr. Dystopia put it, the world is a mess. I totally agree. And I am so tired. And I would, you know what? I would love to go back to the 90s when people didn't even know we existed. I miss the 90s when people did not know what a Muslim is. I miss that so much. I'm so tired. The world is just a mess. And just understand this. I genuinely care. And one of the things that really, I care about watching innocent people suffer on both sides. And one of the things that really, really frustrates me is watching people do stupid stuff that harms it, that harms any help coming to the Palestinians. It really frustrates me when an innocent Jewish man is set on fire and they're like, he was pro-Palestine. And you don't think it through. You don't think the fact the problem is, and like I said, you don't need to, I understand there's a lot of suffering and a lot of problems. The problem is maybe I'm good at I'm not into marketing, but I understand one of the things growing up, wearing the hijab in particular, one of the things that my father kept reinforcing in me, because I lived through 9/11, was the fact that when I wear this, people see Muslim. They don't see me, they see Muslim. And if I do anything stupid or misbehave or do anything inappropriate, people are going to not say she's bad. They're going to say Muslims are bad. And so I look at the whole thing with the pro-Palestine, and I realize that there are a lot of people. One of the frustrating things is I've gotten into arguments where I've pointed out that not all people who are pro-Palestine are crazy. Just as not all Muslims are going around in America acting like crazies. There's this guy, Gunther Eagleman. I want to punch this SOB in the face. The dude keeps, I finally realized he's doing it to be viral. He's like, no, Muslims should serve Congress because they can't swear loyalty to the, dude, you idiot. You know the exact same thing you're saying about Muslims they said about Roman Catholics. The controversy around JFK. Why didn't people want him to become president? Because he was sworn, he had his loyalty to the Vatican. This guy's like, no Sharia law in America. How many Muslims are actually asking for Sharia law in America? How many Muslims are asking for Sharia law in America? I'm in New Jersey. We have one of the highest percentage, I think it's like 3% of New Jersey is Muslim. I have not heard a single Muslim say they want Sharia law. On the other hand, if you want to make a Muslim community, just as there's an all-white community, oh my God, the Muslims are bringing Sharia law to America. So you're saying that white Christians are allowed to create their own separate community, but Muslims are not? Okay? Most Muslims, they are trying to bring fear. No Muslim wants Sharia law in America. Because for one, first off, main reason, because nobody in this decade understands Sharia law. Sharia law is not as simple as these people make it out. Most people in the Middle East who use Sharia law don't understand anything about Sharia law. Sharia law is really, really complicated. It's not that simple. It's not honor killings. It's not throwing people off buildings. Sharia law is meant to be compassionate and merciful. Sharia law is also, a lot of the punishments in Sharia law have such strict requirements that it's almost as if it doesn't happen. The whole point to make them so strict is so that it never happens. Like, there's a story of the Prophet Muhammad where a woman committed adultery, right? Or was it, I can't remember which one, it was adultery or one of the others, but she ended up pregnant, okay? She goes to the Prophet Muhammad and she says, I want to be stoned. I committed this act. I want to be stoned. You want to know what the Prophet's response was? No, your child is innocent. Wait until the child is born. She comes back to him because one of the things people don't understand about Islam is sometimes you are punished in life to avoid punishment in death, right? She comes back to the Prophet with the baby in her arms and says, I'm ready here for my punishment. He said, the child is breastfeeding. Take care of your child. He kept sending her back. He did not want to do the punishment. The majority of these punishments, if practiced correctly, would never happen. Because the main thing with one of the big problems with Islam, the big problems that people don't understand about Islam is you're not supposed to broadcast your sins. If your sin is never caught, don't talk about it. Just go between you and God and ask for forgiveness. Okay? So, like, committing adultery and all of that, if you do it in private and nobody finds out about it, you're not going to be punished because the punishment, like, in order for the punishment to be applicable, it's like 4 people have to catch you in the act. One of the questions that stands out to me when I talked to my father was, I work in retail, right? And we have a serious problem with theft. And at one point, it was a mental hospital, and then they did the whole shutting down mental hospital. We had the mental hospital call us, okay? We sell expensive stuff in my store, right? Some of the stuff we sell is expensive, right? We had the mental hospital call us, and they told us, just so you know, people come here for drug rehab. Then they go to your store. We know they go to your store to steal, to sell stuff, to buy drugs. So I asked my father, I'm like, what would be the punishment of somebody who is stealing for drugs? Would they get their hand chopped off? Now, I'm guessing most of you would think, and most of you would probably think, oh, they're going to get their hand chopped off. No, you're not supposed to. Drug addiction is an illness. You should show them compassion and help them. They stole because they're addicted to drugs, and they shouldn't be punished for that. They should be helped. And that's one of the reasons why I have a YouTube channel. One of the reasons, many of the reasons. There's a number of reasons. Like I said, I started with Destiny 1, then I wanted to show off my gameplay. Then I realized that I have a responsibility because people see me as a Muslim, right? And there's a lot of misconceptions about Muslims. And I'm like, all right, you can see that I'm a normal person who likes to play video games, and I can tell the truth. All right? It's very hard when you have some crazy person in the Middle East doing crazy stuff and acting like this is Islam. When you tell me that Afghanistan is telling women you can't raise your voice in the home because you don't want a man outside the house to hear you? Are you insane? That's not Islam. That's not Islam. When you say that little girls shouldn't go to school, that's not Islam. Islam wants girls to be educated. Why do you think? Because the daughter grows up to become a mother and raises the children. And if the mother is stupid, how stupid are the kids going to be? Islam encourages educating girls. Yes. It's like a few rules punished. If a child, they shouldn't be punished. There's so many rules about these punishments. The problem is the people in the Middle East are so black and white and just, they've lost compassion. They've lost understanding. They don't study it in depth anymore. So they do crazy stuff like tell women that they can't go to school. That's not Islam. The burqa is not Islam. The burqa was specifically for the wives of the Prophet. Any woman who wants to take an extra step can choose to wear the burqa, but you're not supposed to wear it. The irony is you have countries now banning the burqa when you were forcing us to wear face masks a couple years ago. It was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Oh, ban the burqa. Ban the burqa. Dude, do you understand how dangerous it is of a road you're going down when you say ban the burqa? Because now you're giving the government the authority to start banning clothing. What next? No MAGA hats? You ban the burqa. What next? No MAGA hats? No red caps, right? Most Muslim women don't, like I said, the burqa is not Islam. It's not forced. What I mean is it's extra credit. I knew a woman who wore the burqa. She chose to wear it. I don't. There's no way in hell I'm wearing it. But people, only parts and the ones they want to follow because they want to, the thing is, as my father pointed out, a lot of the stuff that we see isn't Islam. It's Arab culture being influenced by Islam, where they're using Arab culture. Okay? One of the stories people often don't know about, and I swear, I dare Hollywood to make this movie. All right? I dare Hollywood. Oh, yeah, you know what, Behemoth? Don't tempt me, man. Don't tempt me, because those things are batshit ugly. Okay, brother, okay. I dare Hollywood, right? Hollywood is all about that women who need no man. Strong, powerful women. Why don't we have a documentary about Sayyida Khadija? I dare you to find a more amazing woman in history. Sayyida Khadija. People forget about Sayyida Khadija. The wife of the Prophet Muhammad. The wife who was 40 years old when he was 25. Prophet Muhammad was 25. Okay? When he married Sayyida Khadija. Sayyida Khadija was a business owner in the Middle East 1,500 years ago. She ran the business. Prophet Muhammad worked for her. The Prophet Muhammad, the great misogynist, hater of women, worked for a woman. And this woman sent her family to ask him to marry her. He didn't ask her to marry him. She asked him to marry her 1,500 years ago. The Prophet Muhammad worked for a woman. This woman, when he was married to her, even though the Middle East allowed multiple marriages, he was only married to her. He was 25 years old. From the age of 25 until I think he was like 60, he was only married to her. The first country to recognize the United States as a country was Morocco. Muslims, people act like Muslims have only suddenly appeared in America. Like I said, Gunther Eagleman, I swear, I sent him a long message telling him, dude, he never answered. Because he can't answer. Because he's like a 25-year-old, 30-year-old kid who knows nothing. Dude, Muslims have been in America since its inception. Something like 50% of the slaves were Muslim. Muslims have been living in this country for centuries. You act like Muslims suddenly appeared and are this amazing threat. I'll tell you what's the problem. Woke is destroying Islam. That's the problem. The worst Muslims are the woke ones. The ones who've been far left inducted, like Mamdani. That guy completely ignores his religion, uses it. There's a lot of people on the far left who use being a Muslim as a victimhood status, a way to be a marginalized person and get status. But they don't practice their religion. Tell me what Muslim is going to allow children to be flown into their state for trans surgeries? Most Americans don't support the transing of children. What are you doing, dude? It's because you want to be... Muslims have been in America for decades. My father immigrated in the 70s. okay, and has been a member of the Republican Party for decades. There have been most Muslims. The problem is there's like 2 billion Muslims. The problem is there is a tiny minority of them that are vocal that act like idiots. Even the ones in the UK. What's going on in the UK? These idiots, the problem is the small number who are misbehaving are making it worse for the good people in the UK. I know people who live in the UK, who immigrated to the UK, who are good Muslims, who went there and have jobs. My cousin is a professor at the UK, in England. My other cousin works for Microsoft. And no, my cousin works for Google. Her husband works for Microsoft. They moved to Ireland over a decade ago. They have twins, and they work hard. A lot of people have immigrated to the UK who are good, hard-working people. The problem is you have the small number of people who are acting and misbehaving, harming children, and what does the UK do? Nothing. And it harms the immigrants who are good people because it makes it look like all of them, because the ones getting the attention are the bad. That's why I speak up against it. Any Muslim who's caught in the UK committing a crime should be punished equally to a non-Muslim. Because if I don't, then the good Muslims will be harmed. Because they'll be like, oh, you support... No, I don't. I support legal immigration. I support not allowing criminals from Middle Eastern countries. I support vetting the immigrants. My cousin... Like I said, her husband was hired by Microsoft from Egypt. He didn't immigrate to Ireland first. He got the job and then moved to Ireland with his wife. And while she was in Ireland, she found a job at Google. She was so good, they gave her a job at Google. And that's the problem. These people, like I said, you cannot support criminals who do horrible crimes not getting punished. They have to be punished. Because it makes the rest of us look bad. If we say, no, they shouldn't be punished. Oh, no, we support that. It makes us look bad because then they think we support this stuff. Or they think that the majority of people who immigrate to the UK are bad. Just as they think the majority of Muslims in America somehow are calling for Sharia law. No Muslims are calling for Sharia law. And even if there were Muslims calling for Sharia law, do you really think it's going to happen in America? What percentage of the population is Muslim in America? 2%. We are really bad at how we present ourselves to people. And we went from a religion that was supposed to be a religion of compassion and mercy and peace to one where we are perceived as the most vicious, violent, horrible people. We went from a religion where when the prophet went into war, told his followers to not even cut down a tree, to not harm animals, to not harm monks and other religious people. We went from a religion where to like, yeah. And the more we go down this road, the more people are going to hate us. Right now, America is distracted, right? Most people are distracted with a lot of the gender issues right now. Where do you think, once this is resolved, their attention is going to go? Because the pendulum is turning into the right. Where do you think the attention is going to go? Because I already see it happening. Like I said, Gunther Inkelman gets a lot of attention when he posts BS. It took me a while to realize this guy is basically rage baiting, where he wants to get people to go, yeah, I don't think a Muslim should run for Congress. Habibi, have you met a single Muslim in your life, dude? I don't. Anyway. That's my rant for the day. As I said, I want you to understand things. This is important. I care a lot. And it frustrates me to no end to see how much such a serious issue has been turned into one struggle, one fight, trans rights, Palestine. That is not what Palestine is about. I want it to, honestly, at this point, if I were America, honestly, you want to know something? This isn't meant to sound either pro or anti anybody, all right? Personally, if I were America, I would just be like, all right, you guys, we're out. You crazies, go ahead and do whatever the hell you want in the Middle East. We want nothing to do with it. And just leave them to go at each other at this point. It's like, it's not worth the cost. It's not worth the politics. That's my, it'd be like, you know what? كان الله يحب المحسنين خلاص انتوا do what you want احنا زهقنا منكم كلكم مجانين in the Middle East. You're all crazy. We want nothing to do with you. Be like, this is America first. That's what I wanted. I wanted America first. I wanted America to be like, you know what? Screw the Middle East. Screw Europe. I don't care. Let's just focus on America. To hell with everybody else. It'd be like, you know what? We're not spending any money. That's the moment. See, I said, okay, I still fully, like I said, I don't agree 100% with everything Trump did. Okay? I support the guy. He's done a lot more good. Not my, like Zenny said, not my monkeys, not my zoo. My hope was simple this, all right? Ukraine, Russia, okay? At this point, I don't even care about, as much as it bothers me and saddens me, but at this point, I don't care. All right? Ukraine, Russia comes in and crushes Ukraine. I don't care. I wanted all the money to come to America. I wanted Trump to cut the income tax because I make under $40,000 a year. I cannot survive in New Jersey. All right, let me be clear. I live with my parents because my salary is too low to be livable in New Jersey. Now, if I didn't have to pay federal income tax, that'd be a different story. But no, I wanted Trump to tell the rest of the world to go, you're all nuts. All right? Everyone, UK, Scotland, Europe, you name it, Middle East, Australia's batshit crazy, all of them. Be like, America, and then we go to Canada. Honestly, Behemoth, you know what I want? I want all the multi-haired weirdos, right? The crazy people, right? Send them to Canada and build a wall, okay? All the people screaming on TikTok about Sydney Sweeney has good genes, send them to Canada. Anyone with pronouns in them bio, send them to Canada. Just send everyone, send them to Canada. And then we build a massive wall. California, we clean it out and send them all to Canada. Then build a massive wall. And anyone who's like pro-America from Canada who wants to come to America, we take them. So Endymion would come to America. Viva Fry, he could stay in America. Okay? Bring them all to America. Switch. Total switch. Okay? If you have a septum piercing, you're going to Canada. I said, that's why my view is America first, because the rest of the world, at this point, I'm tired. I'm too tired, all right? I am so tired, okay? But you want to go to Canada? Are you sure you want to go to Canada? Because they are, I have never forgot the Clownfish TV video where 2 people were arrested because somebody overheard a conversation and it hurt their fifis. It was on the way to a trans thing, and these people were criticizing the whole thing, and the person behind them, they weren't even talking to the person. The fact that a father can get arrested for misgendering their daughter. Oh yeah, my dad told me about that. That's the funny part. My dad who has told me, nobody's talking, yeah, my dad told me about it. My dad has told me about that. The fact that nobody's talking about the Christians in Palestine. People always forget about the Christians in the Middle East, which is funny. Everyone forgets that they're Christians in the Middle East because there actually are. Because Christianity started in the Middle East. So, yeah, one of the oldest churches. But I said, at the end of the day, you know what? Honestly, I am tired. All right, I am really, really tired. I've reached the point where it's like I just want to be left alone. All right, I just want to be left alone. Okay, I have never forced my religion on. And that's the problem, Alchemist. That's what I'm saying. The problem is the only people getting the attention. So right here in America, right? Most of our media is very far left. Okay? Most of our media is very far left. So the worst behaved people who are pro-Palestine are getting the attention. The people on the right who will not do anything to support Palestine, there are some, yes, who are paid off, 100%. Okay? Yes, 100% there are people paid off who support Israel because they're paid off. And they will not show Palestine in any favorable light, 100%. I think it's called AFLAB or something, where they're politicians who are paid off to support Israel, 100%. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard about it. And that's great. The problem is not enough people are getting attention. So the problem is most of our media are far left. And who did they show supporting Palestinians? The far left. Who are the ones screaming like crazy? The problem with the news and the media is the people who get the attention are the people who act the craziest. You're not going to see a news media showing the normal, sane people who are protesting. Because my own family have been to pro-Palestine protests, right? And my dad saw Queers for Palestine. And even he's like, we don't want them here. Okay? They don't want them. A lot of Muslims do not want these Queers for Palestine because they know it makes it look bad. And even Tim Pool said they are trying to hedonize Islam. Habibi, they're trying to hedonize Islam. They're trying to corrupt Islam. Okay? Because Muslims are known for being really, really religious. So they're trying to use hedonism and, hey, you can do whatever you want. The problem is there are conservatives who are very upset with the Palestine and Israel, the whole thing. There are a lot of conservatives who are upset. The problem is they don't act like crazy lunatics. On top of that, they're not going to get views in the mainstream media, right? So the people who are going to be getting the attention are the people who are misbehaving. It's the same, like I said, the pro-Palestine is exactly like the trans. Because the people who misbehave the most and harm the movement the most are the ones getting the attention. Let me put it this way. Who do you think gets more attention? I agree with you. But the problem is, in America, it's turned into the most vocal people are on the left. Or at least the most vocal who get the attention. Let me ask you this. Who do you think gets more attention? Me or Frogan? Okay? I don't know if you've heard of Frogan. Frogan is the large, fat Muslim woman in hijab who said some horrible things about about American troops. Frogan said she hopes all American troops get PTSD. Frogan has said some horrible things about America. Frogan gets a lot more attention than I do. I don't think all American any troops should get PTSD. I acknowledge the fact that a lot of people who went to serve in the military in the Middle East were defending America. They thought that America was under attack. They saw 9/11 happen and they wanted to defend their country. I don't blame the troops for the war of the leadership. I also, even if they are horrible people who do, Frogan, let me find her. I'll show you who Frogan is. Yeah, Hijabi the Hutt. All right. Let me find her. Let me show you her. Frogan is a big Twitch streamer, right? Here is Frogan. Okay, let me show you Frogan. This is Frogan. Okay? Right here. Oh, she's 27? Oh, spoiled brat. She was like 3 after 9/11. This is Frogan. Okay? Frogan has 67.2 thousand followers. So when she says dumb stuff in the... what am I? So SI? Marhaba. Marhaba. I think that's what it says. The problem with Arabic is it's ridiculously small. Okay? This is Frogan. This is me. Alright? So the question is, right? If you're a gamer, alright? This isn't meant. This is look. No, that's not. You're not supposed to wear. Okay, you want to know one of the reasons why? First off, yes. That is unforgivable. No, that is disgusting behavior. No, a lot of them regret it. Even Tucker Carlson agreed there was no weapons of mass destruction. Even Tucker Carlson regretted what happened, right? هلا المشكلة إن العربي صغنن قوي فمش عارفة أشوف ولا حاجة من اللي بتقولها ده حلال. A lot of people also who went to the Middle East ended up converting to Islam. Okay, so but the thing is to come out and say I hope all American troops get PTSD is a disgusting thing to say. All right. The question is, who do you think people who are gamers are going to now notice? The woman who makes Islam look bad, or the tiny Muslim who does not hate everybody? And the thing is, right, like you said, the thing is, the group of soldiers who did that to a 13-year-old, right, that isn't even a Muslim versus non-Muslim thing. That is a disgusting behavior regardless of who you are fighting. That is a disgusting behavior, like it happened in Vietnam. That is disgusting behavior, period. It doesn't matter who you are, you should be physically harmed. So the thing is, right, okay, just even wishing that, you shouldn't even wish that. You should wish mercy and compassion on people, okay? Now, something like that, you can be like, I hope you burn in the depths of hell for all of that, right? But the thing she said, as I said, we don't have a lot of normal people out there. I said Zohran Mamdani, the guy running for mayor of New York. Do you think he actually makes Muslims look good or bad? Zohran Mamdani. Do you think Ilhan Omar, who's a prominent Muslim in Congress, makes Muslims look good or bad? Do you think Rashida Tlaib, another prominent Muslim in Congress, makes Muslims look good or bad? All three of them make Muslims look very bad. When you have a Muslim in hijab saying that she places Somalia over America, and you're working in American Congress, are you stupid, woman? The normal, sane Muslims. Let's see. Let me look it up. Muslims in Congress. I mean, the funny thing is, there are a lot of Muslim streamers that you don't even know are Muslim. The only reason I know they're Muslim is because they'll say something that you don't expect. The thing is, even if they're garbage, right? And they're straight up, are we as Muslims supposed to wish harm on other people? Are we supposed to? Because we're not. We're not supposed to wish harm on other people. That's the thing. Even if they're straight up garbage, okay? First of all, okay, there's a saying of the Prophet Muhammad where he says that you give your brother like 77 excuses. Before you even think a person is a horrible person, remember that. Give your brother 77 excuses. A lot of the people who hate Muslims, and that's one of the things that gets me into a lot of trouble. A lot of the people who hate Muslims have never met a Muslim and have listened to the mainstream media and know nothing about Islam. And so what they see about Islam is not normal Muslims. They see what's in the media. A lot of people in America have never met a Muslim. So all they know about Muslims are pictures of Afghanistan, of the crimes in the UK, because yes, it's blown out of proportion, but it does happen in the UK. What's happening in the UK to children at the hands of illegal immigrants is disgusting, and that gets a lot of attention. So what do they think of Islam? Even the people you might think are garbage aren't garbage because they know they. I saw another guy who's a big Destiny streamer comment, or I think he was a First Descendant. I can't remember, or Warframe. I can't remember. He's a well-known streamer, and to my shock, he was talking about the costumes in First Descendant, and he was like, that's haram, that's halal. There are a lot of people who don't even say they're Muslim. So let's see, list of Muslim members in the United States Congress, right? Okay, I did not know this. So, incumbent. Okay, here we go. House of Representatives, let's see. All right, let's see. Because the problem is the worst ones are the ones who get the attention. I didn't even know this. I'm blown away. I did not know this, all right? This is not turning into a Destiny stream, unfortunately. I really wanted to focus on Destiny, but okay. List of Muslim members in Congress, all right? We have, okay, he's not there anymore, but he was the first Muslim I remember his name, Keith Ellison. He's in Congress right now. Raised Baptist, converted to Islam as a teenager. Democrat, Indiana, he's still incumbent. The crazy woman Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and this person here. So there are Muslims in Congress other than Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. But who do we hear about? Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. That's all we hear about. Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Because they're so crazy. Yeah, but the guy who said haram halal, it's possible you're right. Like, I hear a lot of UK people use the word bint. But yeah, there are people who are Muslim that don't even, like, I envy them sometimes because it'd be nice to just live stream and not have my Muslimness blatantly obvious. I envy guys sometimes. You guys have it so easy compared to us. But the problem is, we don't have enough sane, rational, and you know what? If you're an American Muslim, right? America should be your priority. Not like Ilhan Omar, who's all about Somalia. You're an American congresswoman. Okay? You are an American congresswoman. And you should not be talking about Somalia. You should be talking about America. Rashida Tlaib. Also, you should be focusing on America. And that's why people hate you. And so we don't have enough, and the thing is, and the problem is, people don't understand or grasp the fact that what you see in the news and on the media are only a minority of Muslims. That's why it's so frustrating. Because everyone's like, oh, the Middle East, you don't want to go to the Middle East, those Arabs are crazy. And then they show you pictures of Afghanistan. I've been to Egypt. Egypt is nothing like that. But the problem is the ones who get the attention are like Frogan, who says garbage and then no one notices. Everyone, I'm not the only Muslim woman in hijab. A while back, I had several years back. Yeah, and the problem, and the thing is, the problem is, yes, anyone who if you're in Congress, you are there to help and represent Americans. You're not there for Somalia or South Africa or South America or anywhere. You are there for Americans. And the thing is, you also need to understand the climate you are in. Okay? There was a time when some of this stuff might have been okay. But right now, we are dealing with a climate of people are fed up. We have gone through a decade where being an American, they bullied you for being proud of America. They destroyed any American pride we had. They wanted the Democrats in charge, the leftist woke mob. What did they want to do? They wanted to bully and make us hate being American. They want us to be embarrassed to be American. They bullied Americans into trying to drive us into hating it, where now you get controversy when there's fireworks on the 4th of July, when you have people flat out saying, I hate being an American. And people are tired of that. And then you have people in Congress standing up and saying, I'm ashamed to be an American. People are fed up. You need to understand the atmosphere and the climate you are in as well. Is America perfect? No, but at the same time, we Americans are tired. I remember a time when people looked up to America, and now you have Americans asking. And that's the problem. The problem is there, and again, like I said, most of these Middle Eastern countries are nothing like what they show in the media, and that's the other problem. I have to agree, a part of me thinks that they want Muslims to look bad. Flat out, they hate Muslims. Because, again, all this focus on Afghanistan, and then they act like that is the example of the Muslim ideal. Okay? Afghanistan is disgusting, what they do to girls in Afghanistan. And most Muslims will tell you they don't like what is happening in Afghanistan. It's like, have you been to Dubai? Have you been to Egypt? In Egypt, they love America. Egyptians love America. What the hell are you talking about? Most Muslim countries are like, I wish I was in America. Right? So, but the problem is we're making it easy for them. We're making it easy for them. That's one of the, like I said, there's a number of reasons why I made a YouTube channel, all right? First off, it was over Destiny 1, and then it was about the wokeness, because I knew that if I spoke up against the wokeness, people can't say, oh, you're just a straight white man. I'm not a straight white man. So when I say I don't like DEI, right, which I don't like DEI, they can't be like, oh, well, you're just a straight white man. I am what you call a marginalized person who would benefit from DEI. For me to speak up and say, yeah, I find DEI disgusting, because I work my ass off at my job. Excuse my language, sorry about that. I work my butt off at work, right? I'm not a diversity hire at my job. I got my promotion, well, it was a lateral promotion, because I worked my butt off. It's nothing to do with being a Muslim or a woman, and the simple fact that my work spoke for itself. So when you tell me, oh, well, you know, there are people getting jobs based on their diversity, that's insulting. So, and then I was like, okay, the problem is we have a lot of people who really misrepresent Islam. And look, one of the most important things, and one of the reasons why I think we need to be very careful is I also will not lie about what Islam says. Okay? I want to be just seen as normal. I want people to understand that most Muslims are normal people. Most Muslims are not what you see in Afghanistan. Most Muslims are like me. Okay? Most Muslims are like me. You just don't even realize it half the time you're talking with a Muslim. The problem is I can't hide it. Or sometimes I wish I could. Alright, let's just check one thing. How is that installing? Wait, no. Okay. Oh god. I like Warframe. You know what? If you don't like Warframe, let's say, I get it. Some people don't like Warframe. Some people like Warframe. I like Warframe. I'll admit I like Warframe. I think, and I was talking about this earlier, and I said I want to hear what other people think about this. My theory that FOMO is damaging Destiny 2. Oh my god, it's going to take forever. That I'll go back to. Let's see if I can install it. Okay. I got some problems with Warframe. Look, okay, so first off, let me just start by this. Okay, one of the most important lessons I have learned as a crazy Destiny fan, right? You want to know what's damaging Destiny 2? Alright. I I think one of the first and main things that's destroying Destiny 2, and it's very, very simple, okay? I'm not a boomer, but my dad is. Wait, what did you notice? So, I think one of the big, you want to know, all right. One of the big things I think that's destroying Destiny 2, there's a lot of things, but I think one of the first things they need to focus on in helping improve Destiny 2, you need to get people who love Destiny 2 working on Destiny 2. I think there are too many people at Bungie who don't love Destiny 2 and working on Destiny 2. I think you have too many people who don't care about the game. And that includes leadership. I think you can see it in the, there's a lack of, when you play Destiny 1, you can tell the people who made Destiny 1 actually really loved making Destiny 1. Okay? They wanted to make Destiny 1. Destiny 2 feels more about... Oh, I know. Okay. Yes, I know Sony's consuming Bungie 100%. I don't know if I trust anybody to handle Destiny 2 right now. As I said, one of my... Oh, I agree about this reskinning of guns. That turned me off of it. There's a lot of things. I was going to actually make a video of the opposite. I made a video a couple weeks ago called Falling Out of Love with Destiny 2. Because there are a lot of problems with Destiny 2. And for me, one of the first signs that started my path towards not loving Destiny 2 was first the lore, the reskinning of guns. Honestly, I don't understand why people didn't like the seasonal things. I think if the seasonal had been redone, it could have been done well. This episode, you know what? I think spoon-feeding the story every week was a good idea. I think the problem is the way they handled it and the way they didn't really encourage people to want to play. I personally thought that one of the things they should have done with the seasonal content, okay, and then one of the things they should have done, the seasonal challenges should have had kick-ass rewards. Seasonal challenges should have had amazing rewards. Okay? The thing is, while I understand where you're coming from, and a lot of people do, I think if they had come out with great content for Edge of Fate, I don't know. I said, one of the things I feel, and I've said this multiple times, is you need people who love the game to be... Look, think about it. It should be... honestly, maybe it's just me, but I think it would be a... So I think one of the things is what everyone's saying we don't... Okay, so Destiny 3, right? I say we need a Destiny 3 because Destiny 2 doesn't work. People have pointed out that Destiny has changed, right? I think if you want to make Destiny a unending game, right? You did? I love Destiny 1. I still absolutely love Destiny 1. That's a huge... You know what? That's a massive compliment. I love Destiny 1. In my opinion, I think one of the things is Bungie... Getting to work for Bungie should be viewed as I mean, come on. We're talking about Bungie. Which is funny because... Okay. Oh no, I'm playing as a Titan. A lot of things drove me away from Destiny 2. And it was a slow process for me. So it's not like... I'm playing as a Titan, so do not mock me. Alright? I am a hunter main. One sec. Cloud, I still remember how bad... The thing is, all right, so let me admit something about Destiny 1. The thing is, I started playing Destiny 1 basically... I started playing Destiny 1, okay, after the Taken King. So I don't know what Destiny was like when it was bad. I hate being a Titan so much. I did not play Destiny 1 when it was bad, so I don't know what it was like. I genuinely am curious to know what it was like at the beginning. I started playing Destiny 1 at either the end of 2015 or early 2016. I started playing before Rise of Iron came out, but after the Taken King. The worst thing I can remember... Okay. The worst thing I remember was... The hardest thing I remember was legendary marks were ridiculously hard to get. I remember doing daily heroic story missions to get 15 legendary marks a day because I wanted a legendary scout rifle. All right? For my hunter. And I still have that scout rifle, and I love that scout rifle, even though it's probably not a very good scout rifle. I hate playing a Titan. Okay. So, I remember Age of Triumph, and I remember just Destiny 1 becoming amazing. So for me, I have a biased look at Destiny 1 because I did not get to experience it in its bad day. So I don't know what it was like. I just know I played Destiny 1 when it was amazing. Okay? And I will admit to biases. I will admit to biases. I liked Destiny 2 at launch. I can't. I mean, they remember how they raised the faction packages, right? The faction packages. So that you got up to light 400. Thing is, I like Warframe, but I think one advantage Warframe has is this is my theory, it's the lack of FOMO. I think one of the advantages Warframe has is you don't have that feeling of I have to rush to get as much in as possible. So it's not like Destiny 2 where if you don't get the FOMO, the fear of missing out means you have to grind Destiny 2 even when you're tired. Even when you're fed up with playing Destiny 2, you know that if you don't grind it, you're going to miss out. Whereas with Warframe, the advantage is you can stop. Right? That's my theory. I think one of the things that's leading to a lot of the burnout is the fact that Destiny has become basically a job, right? If you don't, it's like, you know, you're afraid to miss out. So even when you don't want to play Destiny, you feel like you have to. And I think one of the reasons why I've never felt burnt out by Warframe, maybe that's me personally, is because I have never felt like I'm going to lose I'm going to miss out on stuff if I don't play Warframe. I said I haven't played it in 2 weeks or a week. I got the noodle thingy. Whereas with Destiny 2, it's like if you go away for a couple of weeks, it's hard to get back in. Like I haven't played since, and now I'm afraid to go back in because I know they completely made it harder, and I don't have Edge of Fate. But a part of me just wants to go onto the moon and do what's it called? Get on and play what you feel like. Yes, and that's I think. I think that's a big one. I think that's my theory on what one of the big problems with Destiny 2 is. It's the fact that you cannot take a break. If you could take a break without fear of missing out, I think Destiny 2 there would be less burnout. People would be like, okay, I need a couple days off, and I'm not worried that I'm going to miss content. So, like, oh, I forgot about these. Right. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Wait a sec. There's a trial gun named after me, by the way, which I think is ridiculously awesome. It's called Aisha something. That's my name. Yes, and that's the problem. I think, but the problem is, I think what they don't understand is in the long run, it's harming Destiny 2. Because over and over, I've heard the same thing over and over, where people are saying, burnout, and people are tired of Destiny 2, and burnout, and more people talking about burnout. And I think if they made it so that people could actually take a break. Yeah, that's actually my first name, by the way. My first name is Aisha. That is so cool. There's a pulse rifle and a scout rifle. Yeah, that's my first name, actually. Aisha. That is so cool. But I think, I mean, it's just me guessing here. Because I said, one of the reasons why I make YouTube is because I want to hear, again, my history speaks for itself, right? I try to interact. You'll notice my last video, which got like a bajillion comments. A bajillion comments. So that's my theory. I'm going to maybe make him. So I have a good weapon named after me. That is cool. All right, that is cool. Okay, technically it's not named after me, but you know what? Let's just go with that, all right? Maybe Bungie finally acknowledged their last Destiny 1 content creator. Remember me, Bungie? I'm still making Destiny 1 content. I love Destiny 1, Bungie. That's probably why they don't even know I exist. Like, she's crazy. Why are you doing that? You should just move on. We don't want you playing Destiny 1. We cannot monetize Destiny 1. But, I mean, so I just want to add one thing, all right? I just want to say one thing because this pissed me off, all right? Okay, I gotta say this. Everybody was talking about Beat 'em Up's rumor. Remember Beat 'em Up's rumor that was a lie and he made it up? Everyone has forgotten that that dude made a video pretending to get the Switch OLED early. I did not. I'm pissed off because dude lied before and people forgot about it. Oh my god, he pretended to get a Switch OLED Zelda version early. He's acting like it was real. He was like acting like he was scared. It was a month early, right? Only for him to a month later be like, yeah, I made that all up. Those things are gross. Anyway, that's off topic. Sorry about that. But there's a lot that just doesn't feel the same about Destiny 2 that Destiny 1 had. It's that feeling of her, like I said, I keep saying it. There was this darkness, and yet at the same time, it was like the world was, well, for one thing, the world was, yes. No, he wasn't. He wasn't gay, and they did that. Okay, 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. I gotta get out of this fight zone. All right, you want to know? Oh, yes. Okay, you want to know? All right. You want to know why they made Osiris and Saint 14 gay? Because I'll tell you why. Okay? And yes, it's a retcon. They were never gay. They also weren't really friends. Somebody corrected me that the comic book got it wrong as well. They were acquaintances. They weren't friends. The comic book changed that. No, you want to know why? And the guy was fired, and I found his post on X, and it was a guy who wanted to, who flat out admitted that it was fan fiction, all right? He's gay, and he wanted to share, I kid you not, as he put it in his post, his queer life experience. So he went to Bungie, and he'd always dreamt about the two characters together because it was in his own head lore fan fiction. And he went to Bungie, and of course, because Bungie is woke as hell, went, oh my god, that's a wonderful idea. No, it was a retcon. And the thing is, okay, before you start calling me phobic, whatever, the funny thing is, they actually had a decent gay character before they did that. Okay? Devrim Kay is actually gay. But unlike Osiris and Saint 14, who now their entire personality is circles around the fact that they are gay, to the point where, like, seriously, the writing is cliche and cringe. The writing for Osiris and Saint 14, I can do better. Hell, my Viso Ikora Ray thing is probably better, and that was meant to be a joke. Okay? They retconned that because they wanted to see more. In fact, like 75% of the characters in Destiny 2 right now are some form of Rainbow Mafia. Nearly every single one of them. If they're not gay flat out, they are bi, because the thought of a straight character is basically a crime against humanity. Now, my understanding is Lodi is from the 60s. Yeah, I'd love to see Lodi's look when he finds out about Osiris and Saint 14. And Saint 14 is an exo. Okay? Saint 14 is an exo. So, honestly, truthfully, Osiris isn't gay. He's robosexual. Like, the first thought that came to me before retconning it, Oh yeah, the whole thing for 2 years. I think it was 2 years. How long was it? They focused on Osiris and Saint 14 and their gay relationship, and they ignored everything else. The main focus was they're gay. This is a first-person shooter space game, okay, where you are killing aliens. Their gay relationship should have been like not even a side plot. Nobody wanted to hear about your goddamn queer life experiences. The best gay character was Devrim Kay. You found out in a offhand comment that he was gay, and it was not his entire personality. Actually, his entire personality was British dude. But that's how Americans do British dudes. Yeah, Osiris is dating AI. Osiris was a cool character before we met Osiris. Saint 14 was a cool character until we met him, and then they turned him into a sad loser. The thing is that, look, I don't play Destiny. That's why I think, look, all right. Let me just finish this, and that's it. This is why I said one of the things they need to do at Bungie we need to get rid of all of the people who don't really care about Destiny from Bungie, who are there because they're activists, who are there because they don't understand the male fantasy. Because I'm sorry, if you don't, okay, you want to know the truth? I'm going to give you guys the hard truth. You want to know who plays Destiny 2 and Destiny? You want to know who the majority of the people who play Destiny? Straight dudes. There are some gay dudes. There are some based, badass gay dudes. I know there are some because I've met some pretty cool, based gay dudes who look at, say, Osiris and Saint 14 and go, yeah, I don't like this either. Okay? But the majority of the people who play Destiny 2 and Destiny are straight guys who play the game because they want their male fantasy. I know for a fact I am an exception to the rule. Okay? I like games that have the male fantasy. All right? I'm not a male. Let me be clear. I'm not a guy. But I like games made for guys. And Destiny 2 is made for guys. Turning your first-person action shooter male fantasy game into a emotional gay romance, and then you're surprised people are leaving your goddamn game? They destroyed every male character in Destiny 2 except maybe the Drifter. I liked the Crow. Okay? I actually really liked the Crow as a character. I thought the idea, let me be clear. I started when I found out that the Crow was going to come back, like Aldrin Sov was going to come back. Initially, I was pissed because I'm a huge fan of Cayde 6, and the thought of the guy who killed Cayde 6 coming back pissed me off. But then the character grew on me, and then they turned him into a whiny baby, constantly complaining and whining, and they basically destroyed him as a male character. They have destroyed every male character. Zavala, I loved Zavala. Awesome character. Loved him as a heroic male character, right? What did they do with Zavala? What did they do to Zavala? Zavala, okay, I agree. Looking into his past, very cool idea. Okay, great. Good idea. Let's find out more about our heroes in the Vanguard, okay? Zavala fell in love with a woman. They adopted a child. The child grew up and ended up getting killed in battle, okay? The woman was mad at him. The woman, let me be clear, the woman dumped Zavala, okay? Let me be clear. The woman dumped Zavala, found another man, married him, had children with the other man, and started a family. After she died, what did Zavala do? He went to her grave and begged for forgiveness. Then after her children died, he went to their graves and begged for forgiveness. Then after her children died, every generation, he went to their graves begging for forgiveness. Why? Zavala would have felt guilty over the child dying, but he would not have spent decades feeling guilty about it. Zavala has sent people to die. He is the commander of the Vanguard. All right? People have died under Zavala because he's a leader and he understands that sometimes you need to send people to die in battle. You want me to believe that Zavala would spend centuries begging at people's graves for forgiveness. You completely ruined Zavala as a character. You ruined the Crow as a character. Zavala as a character. Okay? You probably at this point have ruined Saint 14 as a character and Osiris as characters. You turned it all into their romance story, and it is poorly written romance. I bet you the dude who thought about Osiris and Saint 14 as a couple has never been in a romance in his entire life. The thing, you want to know what turned me off as the first episode after Final Shape? 2 things ruined the first episode. No, not Zavala. I'm talking about the writer. No. All respect to the guy who voiced Zavala. No, I'm talking the writer who wrote about Osiris and Saint 14. I can't remember his name. Okay? He has never been in a romantic relationship in his life. Now, the guy who voiced Zavala isn't gay. Okay? You want to know what turned me off of the first season after the first episode after Final Shape? 2 things. First off, what they did to my girl Failsafe. I love Failsafe. I love the character of Failsafe. The 2 distinct personalities. When you play the Red War, right, you could tell the difference between each personality of Failsafe. You don't have to hear the voice difference, right? The voice difference between the 2 to know the different personality was talking. The person who wrote Failsafe in the Red War had 2 distinct, unique personalities. I listened to the first mission in the episode right after the Final Shape. They sounded like TikTok users. It sounded anachronistic. It did not sound like it came from the Destiny. She was saying things that does not fit in Destiny. It sounded like someone writing for Twitter or TikTok. It sounded like some purple-haired, woke libtard on both sides. There was no unique character. One of the big problems with Destiny 2 is a lot of the new writing is anachronistic. It doesn't fit the world of Destiny. Destiny used to have a unique way of talking and writing, and a lot of our modern words don't exist in the world of Destiny. And it's not because it's like not modern as in computers, just slang and just general words that we use don't exist. And I can't think of any examples right off the top of my head, but the way we talk, the people in Destiny don't talk the way people on TikTok or Twitter talk. A libtard with purple hair and a septum piercing, that's not how people in Destiny talk. And so I'm listening to Failsafe and I'm going, oh my God, you can't write Failsafe. The person who wrote the Red War, I bet you, is not there anymore. Because the person who wrote it, no, they actually got rid of a lot of the people they should have gotten rid of. They got rid of the dude who did the fan fiction Osiris Saint 14. The problem is the whole writing team is primarily women who don't know what they're doing. I'm sorry. There are some women who can write male fantasy, but the majority of women can't. Okay? You have too many women on the writing team. I'm going to flat out say it. You can call me whatever the hell you want. You have too many women writing Destiny 2 right now. You have far too many women, and it bleeds female writing. You can tell this was written by women. The majority of the writing team are women, and it shows. And I know for a fact because I found an article that said that Destiny 2's writing team had more men, was primarily male. And then over the years, they added more and more female writers and got rid of the men. And the problem is, men and women, you may not like to, people don't like to hear this, but men and women are different. And the stereotypes exist for a reason. And I am an exception of the rule. There are women who are the exception, but they are a very small percentage. Someone like me, who if you came to me and said, what would you rather watch, Titanic or John Wick? I'll pick John Wick. But the majority of women, okay? The majority of women will choose Titanic. I've never seen Titanic. The writing style shows. It bleeds female writing. Stereotypical. There are, like I said, the woman, what's her name? Lauren something or other, who makes YouTube videos right now, who used to work with Gears of War. She's amazing. She was a video game developer decades ago. Awesome woman. There are good women in gaming. The problem is they are 90% of your writing team for Destiny 2 should be male. because men generally like different fantasies than women. And you see it over and over in all the studies. There are a few women like me who are an exception. And I keep saying it. I know I'm an exception. I am not very feminine. I'm not very female. My likes lean I've always been a tomboy. Okay? This isn't me denying the fact that I'm a woman. I've always been a tomboy. I won't deny it. My interests tend to lean more male. My job is a male-dominated job. Like, the funny thing is, we were hiring people for the holiday, and there were people sitting, every single person who was applying for jobs was a guy. Okay? But I know I'm the exception, and I'm going to flat out say it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There are too many women in the writing room at Bungie. You need more guys because you're writing a video game that's supposed to be the male fantasy. Not the female fantasy, the male. Because who plays first-person shooters? Straight men. The teacup scene. Like I said, I am a tomboy. I won't deny it. I don't want Bungie to change Destiny 2. I want the male fantasy because that's why I play it. I fell in love with Destiny as a game made for men. And I'm not going to stop saying it. I am an exception. How many women play first-person shooters? Let's look at Kat, the crazy hijabi gamer's library, all right? What is my game? Let's look at my trophy. You know what? Let's look at my trophy list, all right? All right? Borderlands, Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, Remnant 2, Remnant, Tiny Tina, Stellar Blade, Cat Quest is one of those female games. Borderlands, LX, Diablo, Doom, Enotria, Warframe, these are all guy games. Okay? Most of these games, you're not going to see in a woman's library. In fact, I can tell someone is trans by their video game library. Because, the majority of guys play shooters, RTS games. Women don't play first-person shooters. The majority of women don't play first-person shooters. We know this for a fact. So Bungie needs to, first of all, accept that and understand who is your audience. The problem we have in gaming is a lot of people don't know who their audience is or don't want to accept it. It's exactly like with Star Wars. Star Wars, there are women who like Star Wars. Geeky Sparkles from Clownfish TV liked Star Wars. But she admitted, Geeky Sparkles from Clownfish TVC said, Star Wars is made for boys. She liked it. She was an exception, but she liked it. I like Star Wars. Back when it was awesome. I'm an exception. But what did Disney do when they got Star Wars? We want to make it for girls. Your audience isn't girls. Your audience is primarily boys. And that's the problem with Destiny 2. One big problem with Destiny 2 when it comes to the lore and the writing, you are forgetting who your audience is. Your audience is straight men. There are some gay men who play Destiny. But by default, the majority of the population globally is straight. And I'm not saying this to belittle gay men. As I said, there are some really I will flat out say, it is a crime what Bungie did to Devrim Kay. The dude gets no attention at all. But you know what? Honestly, no. Don't pay attention to Devrim Kay because you're going to destroy him. The moment they focus on Devrim Kay, they're going to cuck him too. And you know, I liked Devrim Kay. I'm still waiting for my cup of tea, Devrim. You owe me some tea, bro. Where's my tea? But they're going to destroy him. Yeah, I remember hearing about Harrison Ford crashing his plane. But again, that is one big problem. You can tell in the movie, like I said, when the story, I could tell the whole story from here. There's a whole article where they said the majority of their player base, a large portion of their writers are female. It's the most female-centric department. And it shows in the writing. And that's one of the first things I would say, Bungie. No, that's why. You want to know what I thought? You want to know what could have helped Edge of Fate? You want to know what, you know what? So a lot of people during June, right, we're talking about how, Ubisoft posted a video about Men's Mental Health Month. And everyone said, oh, they definitely don't care about men's mental health at Ubisoft. But the thing is, it shows that they are aware of their community. The gamers who play their game, this Rainbow Six Siege, I think it is, I can't remember right now, right, are guys. So when you make a post, it shows me that you care about what the audience thinks. Even if you don't care about your audience, you care about what your audience thinks. You don't even have to care about the player base. It shows that you actually still are aware and are listening to your audience. And what is your audience for Rainbow Six? Men. So when you make a post about Men's Mental Health Month instead of Rainbow Mafia, it shows that people are fed. You are aware of, one, people are fed up with Pride, and two, you know who your audience is. My idea for Bungie, I had two ideas for Bungie. One for June, one for July. Given the climate and the listening to gamers, people are fed up with Pride. You want to know what Bungie should have done for June? Because everybody was calling June Veterans Month. They should have, one, released shaders based on camo, military camo. And two, they should have created armor sets that were inspired by military. It's not exactly like military uniforms, combat uniforms, but inspired by it. Generic. So it isn't just one specific country, but it is inspired by military uniforms. And then, instead of donating the money to some Pride thing, donate the money to veterans. I bet I would have bought that stuff. And I know people who came into my live stream during June when I mentioned that, and they said, I haven't played Destiny in a year. I would have gone back to Destiny 2. It would have, even if we know for a fact, Bungie doesn't care about veterans. They're in Seattle, Washington. But it would have showed you're paying attention to your community. You're paying attention to the people. How much more positive Bungie would have been. Everyone was mocking their Pride stuff and making fun of it. How much different would the response have been if they had made military gear and recognized veterans in June? How many more people would have been open to Edge of Fate if they had started the month of June with something that shows they're paying attention to gamers? And second, for July, where's my red, white, and blue? Where's my red, white, and blue? You're an American developer. You have the right to make an American flag and red, white, and blue for July. I doubt most people in the world would have been whining about it when you take into account the fact that Bungie is in America. Where's my red, white, and blue, Bungie? Where's my red, white? I would have bought it. I would have bought the $100 Edge of Fate if they had done those two things. Because it would have shown me that Bungie's attitude is shifting and going away from doing the virtue signal, what makes the gaming journos happy, instead what makes the players happy. It would have shown me that you're paying attention to the fact that the majority of your player base are not Rainbow Mafia. The majority of your player base are straight men. It would have showed me a shift in your attitude. And I bet you things would have been better for them. That's just me. Where's my red, white, and blue, Bungie, huh? You care more about Pride than America, Bungie. I agree, but the problem is, as I said, but that's not political. That's the thing. It's not political. Okay? If you put in military and support veterans, that is apolitical. Both sides should support veterans. It's not supporting war. It's supporting veterans. So it's really not political. Now, people might turn it into political, but it's not political. 4th of July should not be political. It should be something that unites all Americans. No one would complain if Japan put a Japanese flag in one of their games. Nobody has a problem with that. So why shouldn't Americans be allowed to put the American flag? Technically, military gear is not meant to be political. So you actually, nobody wants the Pride stuff. The thing is, the Pride stuff, political or not, it's dying in popularity. And the fact that for the first time they have all this stupid rainbow stuff in Destiny. It doesn't belong in Destiny. Military stuff actually fits with the theme of Destiny. I don't know. The thing is, I don't know. I feel like Bungie is not paying attention. And like I said, my main issue is, like I said, the fact that they don't even know who their audience is. They don't understand that their audience is straight men. And until they accept that, and I'm going to say it, fire half the women on your writing team. Fire half of them. You should not be having so many women writing for Destiny. I'm sorry. Say what you will about it. You should not have so many women writing for Bungie. But then look, I've already said this multiple times, and I made a video about this, and I'm going to make a new video about this because I want to know what like Marty O'Donnell thinks. My view is one of the first things they need to fix at Bungie. I understand leadership. I understand the game has problems. It's the atmosphere at Bungie. Okay. I was listening to an interview with Marty O'Donnell. In the interview, Marty O'Donnell was talking about how the atmosphere and the environment at Bungie had changed. He said that back when he worked at Bungie, the motto wasn't we make games that build friendship and community and all that BS, right? The motto at Bungie was we make games we like to play. What's wrong with that? Clearly, the games you like to play, like Halo, everybody else liked to play. He said that when he worked at Bungie, if they had any events, like, you know, were big company-wide events, right? They would toast to us and those like us. Bungie also had another motto, which was, don't make us kick your ass. All right? He said there's a difference in the atmosphere at Bungie. Old Bungie was gold, and he says he noticed, and that's why one of the first things I think that needs to change at Bungie before they hire or fire or change the game is the atmosphere. And I've said this multiple times. Okay, you want to fix Bungie? You want to fix Bungie, all right? You want to fix Bungie? What was that? Let me just see. Oh, okay, good. Minnie's kitty cat food was just delivered. Good. Good. The fussy cat food was just delivered. You want to fix Bungie? Okay. You go into you set up an office at Bungie and you speak with every single employee. Every single one of them. I'm talking from the HR to the writing team, everybody at Bungie. And you ask them, have you played Destiny 1? If they say no, you tell them this. You have 1 month paid leave. In that 1 month, you will play Destiny 1. You will bring one character to Light 400. We will also get 2 other people to work and form a fire team of 3 so you can do Nightfalls. And then we will double up and you do raids together. Everyone who hasn't played Destiny 1 is given the opportunity to play Destiny 1. If they say no, you know you don't want them working at Bungie. Because any person who loves first-person shooters and is given the opportunity to spend a month just playing a first-person shooter is going to jump on it. If you don't love first-person shooters, like what Destiny is, and you say, no, I don't want to play Destiny 1, well, then you're out. Don't fire them. Anyone who says, play Destiny 1, and they tell you no, fire them. First step. Second thing you do is you get rid of every one of the diversity clubs. People have called me an istinophobe for saying this. I don't care. All right? I don't care. Get rid of every diversity club at Bungie. Black at Bungie, Pride at Bungie, women at Bungie, you name it. Get rid of them. You should not be wasting your time at work as part of Pride at Bungie. You should be doing your job. And you replace all of those diversity clubs with 3. Hunters at Bungie, Warlocks at Bungie, and Titans at Bungie. And you have to be in one of those 3. If you're going to make Destiny 2, first off, you need to understand its foundation. What is Destiny 2 built off of? Destiny 1. The lore from Destiny 2 sucks because you have people who have no idea what they're writing. I can tell you, I could fit Neyamuna in Destiny lore. get rid of the Cloud Striders, I could come up with an explanation like that on how Neomuna fits the lore of Destiny 2. If they'd actually listened to the lore from Destiny. Instead, they were like, we want to bring in gender non-binary, and we want to make a crazy city. Okay? Nah, that's Warframe. Prime Frames at Bungie. No, Hunter, Titan, and Warlock. And you go back to having weekly or even monthly events where everybody runs raids. You make it so that playing Destiny is a part of working at Bungie. You need to love Destiny to work on Destiny. You need to understand Destiny to work on Destiny. I remember when Bungie, right? Does anybody else remember this? Bungie used to run raids with the player base. Bungie used to run raids with people who play Destiny. Back when Destiny, yes, they ran raid. I wanted more than anything to run raids with the people at Bungie. I knew I would never have the skill to do it because I was only I'd only been playing for a short time at the time. But Bungie used to do raids with the people, just like Warframe. Okay? Just like Warframe. They play Warframe with the community. Rebecca, like it or hate it, Rebecca Ford and what's her name play Warframe with the player base. And Tenogen, like it or hate Warframe, Tenogen is cosmetics created by players of Warframe. You feel disconnected from the people who play Destiny. And you know what? So do the big content creators. Okay, flat out, the big content creators feel completely disconnected. Lucky, oh my god, what are you talking about? I'm the one who's not worthy. I would love to run raids with people. One of the reasons why I wanted to make a clan in Destiny 1 is because I wanted people to sign up with the clan so that we could play Destiny. Because it would make it easier. Because there's so many people who come to me and say, I want to play Destiny. And I thought it would make it so much easier if there was one place where we had everybody together, because I have such a large friends list. And apparently, I can't even make a Destiny 1 clan. That's why I'm trying to install Destiny 2 to see if my clan is there. I think maybe they were more authentic. I don't know. I played with Diet Cola FTW. That's the problem. And that's one of the things that they pointed out. They said that the problem with the raids is that nobody wants to do them now to help people learn how to do them. And so one person said that they need like an explorer mode for the raid. Personally, I just want to do Destiny 1 raids at this point. I don't know anymore. No, I understand that. That's one of the reasons why you'll notice one character I will never delete. It's my main character. Because my main character is the one I created first. So, if I go here, right? This character is my first character ever. Well, my second. My Xbox Hunter was my first. I will never delete this character. The only reason I originally wasn't going to leave my clan, but the reason I did was because I thought that I could have a clan that would include my Destiny 1 characters. But apparently, Bungie is so lazy that it doesn't include. That's the other thing. A lot of people don't have the time. And you know what? I have another theory. I have a theory that a lot of the people who started playing with Destiny 1 Cat. You don't have to call me Gamer. You can call me just Cat. Everyone calls me Cat. Cat. My real name is Aisha, but I go by Cat simply because it's easier. C-A-T or K-A-T. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not sure which one it is. I might have it. I am missing a lot of the raid weapons. Wait, I gotta feed the cat. I have to feed Minnie. Minnie! Who wants food? Why aren't you meowing your little fuzzball head off? Where's your food? What's he doing? Meow. Meow. Come here. Come here, baby. You want food? You want food? Come here. Come here, boo-boo. Come here. Come on. You want food? What's your baby doing up here without the tummy yummies? Aren't you hungry, little girl? Where have you been? It's after 5. You're supposed to be demanding food. Come here. Come here. You want food? Yeah. Or is it that your tummy is still full of treats because you pigged out on treats? You little pig. Yeah. Alright, let's show you off to everybody. Just show off the little kitty. Look at the little kitty. You do the stretchies? Do the stretchies? Do the stretchies? You want to do the stretchies? Yeah? When you moo. There we go. Come. Where have you been? Where have you been? Okay. Where have you been? Yeah. Here we go. Look at the stretchers. You want to get the mum Nemo? Come on. Yeah. Where have you been? Yeah. Where have you been? Meow, meow, meow. 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 You're supposed to remind me it's time for tummy yummies. Just be like, Mama, feed me. I'm hungry. Instead, what did you do? You just went to sleep and took a nap. Meow. Meow. Oh! I have that. I think I have that. Oversoul Edict? Let's go to 1 sec. Look, the cat. Oh, that's Destiny 2. I know what you mean. The problem is I can't even bring up Destiny 2 because it requires so much update that it's just insane. So I am Guardian rank Explorer. What the hell is that? I have my Guardian rank 2. Okay, wait, so it's Oversoul Edict. I think I have that. Let's see. It's either here or on Xbox. Oh, I forgot about that one. Okay. Bad Juju, Telesto, Trespasser. It might be on Xbox. It's like... Here it is, Oversoul Edict. That's just a second. Here we go. One sec, first off. And look, let me just be clear. Okay, let me just be clear about one very important thing, okay? The hair bun. It's not a hair bun. That is a ponytail. And the reason my Guardian has a ponytail is because I thought my Guardian, okay, I thought my guardian was taking his knife and cutting his hair. And so he ended up with a ponytail because it was hard for him to completely cut his hair really short with his knife. Because he's off by himself in the field being a hunter, and he's a solitary hunter, so he'd grab his hair, take a knife, and cut. And he ended up with a ponytail. Alright? Before you make fun of the hair bun, there's not a bun. Okay? Let's be clear, alright? That is not a bun. I actually thought that through. I have a lava. All right, let's go. I don't have any of the Adepta Rapids from Kingsfall, or Wrath of the Machine, or Vault of Glass. So I want to raid in Destiny 1. Okay? Dark Champions. Ooh. Okay. I had whole things worked out in my head about my guardian. Alright? Because when you're grinding Destiny 2, back when it was at the beginning. Hell, they ruined her. Alright. Petra was cooler in Destiny 1. Brother Vance, they destroyed him. They destroyed Brother Vance. I have an idea on how to make Brother Vance awesome. I keep bringing this up, but I think... Yes, Hunter Life. Okay. So, Brother Vance. That dude was cool in Destiny 1. You know what? I'm tempted just to... Do I have it with me? Damn, I don't have it with me. I was going to tour. Alright, you want nostalgia? I've done Wrath of the Machine. Hell, you need Outbreak Prime? I can get you Outbreak... I mean, look, I have to remember how to do it. But I have... this. So I can... If you need a hunter for a team to do the Outbreak Prime mission... Look, I gotta look it up to get the binary code stuff. But I can be your hunter. If you want nostalgia. Kvastov. Oh god, I love this game. Now, yes, but you know what? I'll say this, alright? I don't like what they did. They made him even more simpy in Destiny 2. And the thing is, there's one thing Brother Vance did that has given me a total change of heart on him. Alright? And I honestly want him to be redeemed. And I have an idea on how to redeem him that. So, Brother Vance, before Mercury disappeared, right? Brother Vance walked into the Infinite Forest. Okay? This human dude walked into the Infinite Forest. So my idea for Brother Vance, because that is... Okay? Which, by the way, mad respect. That is awesome. It took me... Alright, I didn't get the Outbreak Prime until, like, the August... before Destiny 2 launched, because my clan at that time was awful. I would tell them, let's do some Destiny 1 raids. And you want to know what their response was? We're waiting for Destiny 2. So why don't we play some Destiny 1 while you're waiting for Destiny 2? Nah, dude, come on. It took me forever to beg them to run the Wrath of the Machine raid. Twice. Alright, this is how you make Brother Vance awesome. Okay? I think that the guy walking into the Infinite Forest as a human being took a lot of guts. I think in the Infinite Forest, he survives. And his whole view on Osiris starts to change. Because, come on, Osiris treated the guy... Okay, look, is it pathetic he's a simp for Osiris? Hell yes. Absolutely. But you know what? Osiris was also a major jerk. Alright, if you know some guy is... at least be a little decent to him. He treated him like garbage. So, you know what? While in the Infinite Forest by himself, he starts to grow because he has to fight to stay alive, right? He gets more testosterone in his veins. And one day, you, the Guardian, are out on, say, he's stuck in the Infinite... So, no, what happens... All right, just listen to this. All right. One day, the Guardian is fighting Vex on Io, okay? Bring back Io, all right? There are Vex gates, and you are battling Vex, and all of a sudden, a Vex gate opens, and out walks Brother Vance. He's been living in the Infinite Forest for years. He has Vex armor tied to his body as makeshift armor to protect himself. He has some kind of weird Vex scanner over his head to make up for his blindness, right? Around, hanging from his belt, he's got like Vex armors, Vex guns. He's carrying over his shoulder a massive Minotaur cannon, and he starts shooting Vex. Well, like he steps in carrying that massive Vex cannon, and he turns to the Guardian and he's like, "Miss me, Guardian?" And he's got because testosterone increases based on like exercise and like all that. So, dude just got a major dose of and anyway, being alone in the Infinite Forest, surviving for years, Osiris never even bothers to try and find him, right? Osiris doesn't care. Dude starts to grow a pair, okay? Walks out of this Vex gate with a massive Minotaur cannon over his shoulder, several Vex guns hanging from his belt, right? Thin, but still alive, right? And he goes, "Miss me, Guardian?" Then he starts shooting Vex with his cannon. All right, dude has been living off of like Vex, like the white center, because the Drifter says he's eating the soft white center of Vex, right? So he's been living off of that and other Vex stuff in the Vex, you know, the Cabal. He's been eating Fallen to survive, right? This guy has been struggling to survive in the Infinite Forest and somehow managed to get his way back. I can see him now hanging with the Drifter and be talking about, yeah, I've eaten the soft white part of the Vex. Best part of the Vex, right? Anyway, I can see that the Vex are now the big enemy, right? And Ikora and Zavala and the Guardian and even like the Queen all seated in this big office. And Osiris is there and Saint 14. And everyone turns to Ikora or Zavala and they're like, what are we waiting for? And Zavala's like, I'm waiting for my Vex expert. Or no, he's like, I'm waiting for my expert on the Infinite Forest. And Osiris looks at him confused. Right? He's like, I thought I was your Infinite Forest. And all of a sudden, Brother Vance walks in, drops his Minotaur cannon, leans it against the wall and says, "You wanted to see me, Commander?" Ignores Osiris, stands up straight, like total badass now, right? His robes are still torn and tied with Vex armor. It's like, this is Brother Vance. I don't know if you've met him. He's been living in the Infinite Forest on his own for years. He can tell us things no one knows about the Infinite Forest. And Osiris is just like totally, utterly now it's like nobody cares about Osiris because he sucks, he's a soy boy loser, and we need real men in Destiny 2. And it's Brother Vance. And Brother Vance is like, yeah, I've survived in the Infinite Forest. It wasn't easy. It's like, let me tell you about it. That's my way of making Brother Vance badass. So that's my opinion on Brother Vance. Make him be like, yeah, I can't stand Osiris. So turn Brother Vance into a better badass then bring back some really cool manly characters, right? So that's my thought. Look, they have ruined every male character in Destiny 2. So I think one of the first things we need to do is make some kick-ass male characters. That's my thought. I don't know what you guys think, but that's my way of making... I really hate what they did to Brother Vance. Because even though he was a simp for Osiris, he wasn't that simpy in Destiny 1. I mean, it was called the Trials of Osiris, but who ran them? Brother Vance. It's all about Brother Vance. So I say we bring back Brother Vance and make him kick-ass awesome. I just love the thought of him, like, outshining Osiris, because Osiris has just become such a loser and just a sad soy boy loser. So he'd be like, yeah, I'm waiting for our expert on the Infinite Forest. And Osiris is like, I'm here. What do you need? And they're like, no, not you. And it's like, no, he's not here yet. Like, and she says it in a way that comes across as insulting, even though she doesn't mean for it to be insulting. Or it's like vaguely condescending. Or it's like, it's not meant to, but it's also easily taken that way. Or it's like, what is it, Meanie? Come here, Meanie. Meanie ate her munchies? That's my thought. But then, like I said, I think one of the biggest problems we have is that Bungie has forgotten who their audience is. Okay? And I just want badassery of an exponential level. And yes, I suck at sniping. There are so many snipers. Okay, so that's my thought. Anyway. I mean, just the thought. Can you just see it? You are a guardian, right? You're out there, you're fighting. Right? You were fighting Vex, and all of a sudden, the last person you would possibly imagine comes stepping out. And it's like, wait, is that Vance? And everyone thinks of Vance as that sad soy boy loser who's a total Osiris simp. And he's like, miss me, Guardian? Like, complete and total opposite. I was going to go on Destiny 2 primarily. The thing is, it's getting late for me. I need to be more mature with my time, and I need to play with the cat, get some chores done, do laundry. You know what? I want to take the hijab off. Actually, there's a trick I can do. The thing is, I don't know if I'm going to be around for much longer because... You meanie? Meow! 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 Come here, Minnie. Come here, Minnie. Ah! Oh man, Minnie, why did you do that? You got me distracted. Minnie, come. Okay, come here. All right, come here, Minnie. Come here, Minnie. Come here. You, Minnie. Boop, boop. Ah, Minnie, you're gonna get me killed. I love cats. Meow. 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 It's taking forever to download. I think one of the things is I have to get off for Destiny 2 to download. That's the first thing. I think I need to get, because I'm eating up the bandwidth live streaming. In order for me to get onto, in order for Destiny 2 to download, I need to get offline. Meow. Meow. So I might have to just get offline first and get Destiny 2 to download. The thing is, I don't have Edge of Fate. I haven't bought it, and honestly, I don't think I want to buy it. I'd rather put the $100 towards Destiny Rising at this point. I'm really, I don't like Matterspark. I don't want to support Bungie after what they did. They need to show me that they're taking steps because that they actually, I don't know. And I'm tired of the Destiny 2 content creators. Like, I saw, look, after my video with Lucky, I wasn't going to watch any more videos by that guy because, oh my god, that guy is so positively toxic. It's like sugary sweet to the degree of insane. And then I was like, all right, let me see his take on Sony taking over Bungie. Dude is so toxically positive. It is like out of reality. They don't care about Destiny players. At least Lucky. Lucky just wants to be a Destiny content creator, an official Destiny, even if it burns his own player base. And I found out about this dude's history, and I'm like, yeah, that guy's willing to give up anything and everything, including his integrity. To be a Destiny content creator. Look. Look. Meow. Yes, Minnie. Come here, baby. Minnie. What's the matter, baby girl? Yes, Mimu. Whoa. Hi. Hi. Meow. Here we go. There we go. All right. No. Boo boo. So, okay. So when I made my video reacting to Lucky, right? There were 2 points that, and I even asked him on X about this, okay? How Destiny 2 is for niche player base and how it's not welcoming to new players. And I said, dude, how do you hope for Destiny 2 to grow if you think it's only for niche and new players? Because the game cannot sustain itself if all you're focusing on is a niche player base and you're not welcoming in new players. You want to know what he did? He came to my comments, and this is what really, honestly, it put me between Lucky and beat 'em ups last week. I lost all love of, like, I do not want to be a big Destiny. I don't want to be a big YouTuber because I don't want to end up like a lot of the big YouTubers. I do not want to end up like that. Between this guy coming into my comments and saying, and so somebody in the comments, in my video never mentioned content vaulting, okay? A guy comes into my comments and says, Lucky 10p defended content vaulting. Now, I didn't know yes or no, but given his history, I was like, yeah, he probably, given how shilly he's been for Bungie, for Edge of Fate, I believe it. I have never seen it for myself, but I believe it. But I'm like, until I see it for myself. So, Lucky comes into my comments and says, I never defended content vaulting, LMAO. So the guy who posts on my comments says he did. I just made a video about it proving he did with his own video. I looked it up. Lucky defended content vaulting. He even had the audacity to say that anyone complaining about content vaulting was complaining for the sake of complaining. So I brought it up and I posted it. I brought his own video and I posted it and I sent him a message, like I quote tweeted him on X. And he said, I've been defending sunsetting for years. Bro, you still defended content vaulting. You weren't honest. I have admitted to having bad takes about Destiny 2. Things I've changed my mind about. Things I'll admit I was biased, okay? Say the following. I defended it, I changed my mind. Or I defended it and I still support it. No, bro, you come to me and you tell me I never defended content vaulting. Not only are you a liar, you tried to turn somebody in my comments into a liar. Because who is most people going to believe? You go into the comments of my video, you see some random guy with maybe 3 subscribers, it was like, I can't remember how many subscribers he had, but it was definitely less than like 20. Right? Bro was a tiny channel. I can't remember how many. He's definitely not as many as Lucky, right? And he's like, Lucky defended content vaulting. And then Lucky comes into my comments with almost 300,000 subscribers, says, I never defended content vaulting. The average person is going to believe Lucky because he's the bigger content creator. So you're trying to turn the person in my content who commented into a liar. You lied. Then you had beat 'em ups. Everyone is talking about how he made up a fake leak. And like, oh, I can't believe it. And it's like, dude has lied in the past. He made a video claiming, and I'm really angry about this because nobody else is talking about this. And that's one of the reasons why I make content. If nobody's talking about it, look. What was that? I thought I heard something. Look, all right, if nobody's going to make content about it, I feel bad. He's a nice dude. His wife is sweet. He have a kid. But you made a video, I think it was 2 years ago, talking about how you got early the Switch Zelda OLED. You made this whole video where like, I don't know if I should make this. I'm scared of Nintendo. What if Nintendo comes after me? They haven't even announced this yet. And then a month later, you didn't even wait till the end to be like, yeah, April Fools. No, you waited a whole month to finally make a video and be like, yeah, I made that up. On top of that, you made a video where like, I bought every Nintendo Switch ever released. And it turns out one of those was fake. So then you come along and you make a fake leak and you tell them it was a social experiment. No, bro, you lied for it. I lost trust after that. I'd never even seen the Nintendo account. So between that and Lucky flat out lying, I don't want to be like that. All right? It's like, is there anybody? I don't know. But everyone, I don't know. But on the other end, the funny thing is, okay, wait, are you on Xbox or PlayStation? First off, Alchemist, are you on Xbox or PlayStation? Because I actually set up, if we hadn't, the sad thing is if we hadn't got into the politics, the whole thing, people don't understand. I never got a chance to tell anybody. And honestly, I'm getting tired because it's like almost 6 o'clock and I gotta go do some stuff, right? The funny thing is, before we got into the politics, right? You see, I'm live streaming on PlayStation. All right. Are you going to be on tomorrow? Because I got to get some stuff done. All right. My gaming headset for my Xbox is dead. So I need to charge my Xbox controller. The funny thing is, I'm on PlayStation right now, right? All right. In order for me to stream on PlayStation and join a fire team, I need this elaborate cable concoction. I was like, all right, I want to play Destiny 1 with people. All right. Okay, so I set it up so that if anyone who wants to join my fire team in Destiny 1 on PlayStation, I was good to go. You could use my mic is ready to go. Okay, I had it specially set up. Tomorrow, I will come on tell me on Xbox. I will plug in my Xbox headset so it's good to go. You better be on tomorrow. I have 400 light character. You better be on. All right. I have a 400 like character, and I have a character I can even delete, and we can start all the way from the beginning, alright? But I have a pounding headache that is starting to develop. I've been at it for 4 hours, and I will admit I feel like I need to take time off and, first of all, do my laundry. I was working on several projects before I started, cleanup-wise. I'm also selling some stuff on Mercari. I need to list it. And I know this sounds pathetic and sad, but my cat needs some attention. It isn't fair to her. She's a young cat, and I need to give her some attention. So I need to play with her a little bit. I need to give her some attention, and I want to take this thing off. So I will be on tomorrow. You better be on tomorrow. I'm going to hold you to that. We'll play some Destiny 1. And in fact, I'll even announce it on X. I will name my fire team tomorrow. Fire team open. You only discovered me today? Well, I noticed you subscribed. I hope I did some... And look, I'm sorry about the arguments. Honestly, I'm tired of... Like I said, I want to go back to the 90s when life was so much easier. Life was so much easier. So much easier. I miss it when nobody cared who you voted for. I miss just being left alone. I just miss, like I said, I don't want anybody political in my video games. I was joking about that. I want it to be back to, I want people to be creative. I want for one thing, I want villains to be villains. Remember when villains were bad guys instead of the oppressed victim? Right? When they turned the fallen into oppressed victims, that pissed me off. I want the good old days when it was just, I'm writing a fun, cool story. It's not about immigrants or migrants or anybody else. Because you'll notice I don't play Call of Duty. I play fantasy sci-fi. I play Borderlands. I play Destiny. I play Halo. I play Doom. I haven't played a Call of Duty game. I've been wanting to, but I haven't. Look at Alan V. All right, I miss that. One of the things I loved about Destiny was I was going through rough times when I started playing Destiny, and I would come into Destiny to escape. I come into Destiny to escape. I don't want to know about oppressed victims. I don't want to know about trans characters. I don't want to know about your queer lifestyle. I don't want to know about Trump, good or bad. I only joked about Trump good because I thought it would be hilarious and just finally a break from the norm, because everyone, to have somebody be like, yeah, we're basing our villain on today's politics. Our game is all about modern politics. And like, oh, Orange Man bad. And he'd be like, nah, Orange Man good. Just because it would blow people's minds. Because just the response would be hilarious. But honestly, I just want my space ninja magic shooter without Rainbow Mafia, Orange Man, Purple Man, Arab Man, Muslim, Jewish, immigrant, Palestine, Israel. I don't want any of that. I just want to be a super guardian protecting humanity from evil. I want to be the greedy vault hunter who wants to find the vault for one reason and one reason only. Because I want to open the vault and get all the money out of the goddamn vault. I want to go into a vault and come and be like, I am just here because I want the wealth, all right? I'm not here to be, I miss that. I miss being a demon slayer and just killing demons. It has nothing to do with, that demon? Yeah, the demon lord is based on Trump. I don't care. I don't care. If you even hadn't mentioned it, even if you had. Yes, that's why you'll notice I have not played any Call of Duty games. I think I played a little bit of World War II just at the beginning, and then I stopped. I don't play Call of Duty. I want to play Battlefield 6 because everybody says it's good, but honestly, I'm more of a Halo, Destiny. Look at my, again. Let's just, before I head out, let's just take one more look at my library. My. All right. Borderlands, BioShock, Warframe, Borderlands, BioShock 2, Remnant 2, Remnant, all right? Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Bloodborne, all right? Code Vein, Darksiders, Final Fantasy, Diablo, Doom, alright? Helldivers, Godfall, Immortals of Avium, alright? Rage 2, Returnal, Stellar Blade, okay? The Division, alright? I want my space, I want to escape reality. I don't want to hear about any of it. I don't want to hear about any of it. I don't want you to tell me. And the thing is, most of the time, if you had kept your mouth shut, no one would have even noticed. If you had kept your mouth, I mean, the best example is Dungeons and Dragons, the movie, which, by the way, one of the reasons I want to get offline is I want to watch Terminator 2. Okay? Dungeons and Dragons, the movie. The director of the movie came out and said we wanted to belittle, like, and unmasculinize men. Okay? We like putting men down. But if you actually watch Dungeons and Dragons, they do not do anything like that. It's a great movie with strong male characters, strong female characters. It is a great movie. If you had kept your mouth shut, people would have watched your movie. If you don't keep going on about politics, half the time, people may not even notice. Okay? If those idiots at Borderlands 4 had not said, oh, we're making it to talk about fascism, and it's like, no, you're harming yourself. Stop it. I want to get out of it. I want to be able to not have to hear about how much you hate me because I didn't vote the way you wanted me to vote. I love Halo because it's space and freaking sci-fi. But anyway, that's my whole thing. And that's why I said the whole thing with the Trump thing, where it's like, it would just be so funny because everyone would not expect it. Because I've never heard a single person say, no, we're doing Orange Man good in our video game. That's the only reason. But do I really want it? At this point, I want to escape. We are all so tired. That's why, and it's like, that's why it's like, I don't want to see your rainbow mafia. The only reason I even brought up the whole veterans and the whole July 4th for Destiny 2 was because people are so tired of the rainbows and the whatever that it would be a breath of fresh air from everything else. All right? Everyone is tired. We just want to blow stuff up and look cool. 100%. I just want to blow stuff up, look cool, and be heroic. That's why I love Destiny 1. You are a hero in Destiny 1. I'm going to plug my thingy in. You better be on tomorrow because I'm going to be playing Destiny 1. We are not going into politics. We're just going to have fun playing Destiny 1. Because Destiny 1 is one of the few escapes. Even the whole idea that Oryx was female and then became male actually had nothing to do with the Rainbow Mafia. A lot of people bring that up, all right? They're like, oh yeah, well, Oryx used to be female. No, it's because Oryx is from a funky alien where everybody's female and he's like a bug alien, all right? I think he was based on shrimp or some ridiculous thing like that. It had nothing to do with the representation or Rainbow Mafia. Most people didn't even know that Oryx was originally female and then became male. Because his entire species are all female, okay? Which that whole idea that everyone is born female, that's actually not true. But I saw people talking about it, but we won't go into that. All right? Anyway, I gotta go grab Meanie's. Yeah. And you're making people hate you. I'm so tired. I'm just seeing, okay. Anyway, that's my thing. I said, I need to pray. I need to grab Minnie's food package. I want to play Destiny 1. I'm just gonna. Anyway, yeah. And I wish people. Okay, someone have told me Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah. All right. Anyway. It's 11 p.m. Yeah, you're in the UK, right? Then yeah. I'm looking forward to it. All right? Seriously, bro? Bro? Seriously. Looking forward to it. You have me hyped. So, Destiny 1. Okay, in fact, anyone who is an Xbox player, Destiny 1 tomorrow. I'm Feline Uprising on Xbox. Destiny 1, I'm opening my fire team. You got it. This way I can rest, get some stuff done. I'm gonna head out now so I can get my laundry done, get everything done, so I have tomorrow free. I gotta water my father's plants, and I gotta check the outside too. I wanna make sure the yard is good, because I'm becoming the yard master, all right? It's been fun though, all. I mean it. Tomorrow, have a good one. And I hope you're not mad at me, okay? I hope you understand we both are genuinely have the same thing. All right, we care about the same stuff. We care a lot about. I do care a lot. It's just anyway. I hope you understand where we're coming from. I get it. Okay, we're cool, right? We're cool. Well, I'm guessing we're cool because you want to play Destiny 1 tomorrow. And if we weren't cool, you wouldn't be like dragging me into something. And yeah, okay. So we're cool. Okay. Cool. I'm so tired. I'm just so tired. I'm so tired. I miss it so much. It was it was so same. The thing is, I don't either, but I have found that like other people aren't the same. Me, I can get into fiery, explosive arguments with people and be like, "But we're cool, right?" Like, I'm like that. I'll get into an argument and then the next day I'm like, "Yo, what's up?" It's just you guys don't understand. The world was so much better. It was just nobody cared. Nobody cared who you vote. I remember voting, and it was like the next day it didn't matter anymore. There was none of this. There was none of this. If you voted wrong or if you voted for this person, we don't want you. There was none of this, and I miss it so much. There was none of this in video games. Yeah, I know we had, bad guys, but from the outside. Nobody was... I miss that so much. It was just so much better. And people, didn't hate... even after... It wasn't... Yeah. I miss it so much. It was just peaceful and just... Anyway, I've been delaying it. I gotta go do my laundry so I have clothing to wear at work or I won't have pants. By the way, no, I'm not wearing my Destiny 2 socks. Anyway, night all. You get some sleep because I'm not... Look, by the way, I'm just warning you in advance. If I have a fire team and I'm the fire team lead, I'm gonna make it fun. All right? So you might want to get some rest because I will make it fun. Okay? I don't hold back. I love Destiny 1. All right? I absolutely love Destiny 1. So, yeah. It'll be fun.